All right, let's go ahead and get this started. Okay, let's go ahead and get this started. Right now we're looking at the NQ profile chart. As you can see, yesterday we had a nice uh, B-shaped day. This is for the session for the both. So this candle right here is the overnight and the New York session. This is what's called a B shape. This is kind of a bearish shape right here because we ran right up here to 71,512. We had very light volume up in this area right here. And then we had the point of control, which is right down here. As you can see, all that positive delta right there. But we kind of came down to the low. We kind of broke the low a little bit and then we kind of ran right back up. So I would be careful about trying to buy the lows. Okay, the overnight lows for the NQ right now is 27,191. The overnight highs is 27,317. As you can see right here, that's the overnight high. This is the overnight low. Let me go ahead and take out the overnight point of control, that yellow right there. So what I'm looking for is if we come down, if we break this area right here, up in this area right here, about 27 184, we break this area right up in here, roughly about 27 150. If we break 27 150, we could come down to this area right up in here. Okay. Will we do it? I have no idea, but I'd be careful about buying the overnight lows of 27,191. The same thing goes for the ES because I'm looking to get in on ES. I'm going to be trading the ES today with my Astro Fund account. I have to use Quantower for that because because they use DX feed. I don't know how to connect NinjaTrader or DX feed. I've looked for it and I just can't find it. Um, but that's what I'll be trading today, so you're not gonna be seeing live execution orders. Yesterday was just kind of a bad day. It was just kinda off. I got some personal stuff going on, so I just kinda just didn't give a crap, to be quite honest. I just kinda traded really bad. Um, but, uh, I'm gonna be trading the Astro Fund. I'll be trading a, Bullnox, accounts here again probably next week. Um I don't know what's going on with the Middle East conflict. So that is, you got to be careful with this. Every day news comes out, so you can get smacked pretty hard if you're not careful. Okay, so this is what I'm looking at for this. Okay, this is what I'm looking at for this. This area right up in here. Okay, we have a nice volume of distribution of volume. Okay, this nice balanced market for the overnight. Be careful about buying the lows. Yes, we're right up in this area right here, back into the point of control for the overnight. But be careful about buying 27,191, the overnight lows, because if we break this area right here, we can easily come down to this area because you see how this low volume right here, we can easily come down to that area. Plus, there was a lot of negative delta yesterday right there. Okay. That is right around 27 100 and one half. So you got to be careful with that area. That's what I'm going to be looking at today. Okay. So that is the profile for the NQ. Uh, there's hardly any volume pre market. Here, let's look at the ES real quick. Let's look at the ES. We're going to go both. We're going to go 10 days. We'll go 5 minutes. And then we'll just click here. So this is the ES. The same thing for the ES. We had a nice B-shaped profile yesterday, kind of bearish. That is a bearish pattern right there in the profile. Okay. When it's P, kind of like this one right here, when it's nice, it ran up and then we had a nice P shape. That is normally a bullish or a bullish trend to go up when you're trading above, and it usually goes up. Okay, except for it, this was kind of whacked out right here. And why? Well, because of all the Middle East conflict stuff that's going on with Iran and everything. So the market is kind of erratic. Okay. And if you're a new trader and you're finding it hard to trade and make money, well, there's a reason why. Because it is hard in this type of environment, extremely difficult. you've got experienced traders having problems. Okay. So right now we're coming down to 71.61. You got about 10 minutes. 71.61 is the low for the ES. Okay. 71.88 is the high. Be careful about buying the lows because we can easily break that low and come down here to 71.50. Okay. If we come down here, if we break the low and we start coming down into this area right here, 71.55, 71 half, more than likely I will be buying the ES. Okay, more than likely, I will be buying the ES and look for a bounce. Okay, if we break that 71 47 area and we start breaking this low right here, well, the next support area that you would be looking at would be this right here, about 71.40. Okay, right around here, about 71.35, 71.40, around in this area, 71.35. Okay, right around this area. So you might wanna go light on your contracts if you and same thing with the, NQ. NQ and ES kinda trade in, correlation with each other, okay? So, if we break this 71.61 on the ES and we start coming down here, I'm gonna be start scaling into contracts up in this area about 71 half and 7 and if we even get that 71.35 looking for a bounce up, okay? If we break the 71.35 and we start losing this area right up in here, okay, then I'm just gonna take my loss, okay, and then just come back another day. That's what you just gotta do. You can't be coming down here, coming down into this area and blowing accounts, okay? You have to be disciplined. Please be disciplined and just take your loss, okay? Okay, so that is the ES. That is what I'm looking at. Um I have downsized. I've downsized. I'm trading micros. I'm not slinging around one or two minis. I'm not doing that. Yesterday, I traded the ES, and I made money on ES and lost money on NQ, and I just kind of went off the rails, and it's just not good. Has got some personal stuff going on, but hey, clear mind, clear head, right? Um, okay, we got about 8 minutes. Okay. This is kind of this is the heat map. I'm trying to get some video on the heat map because I really need to explain the heat map. Plus, I don't have a lot of videos on the heat map. It's all about the order flow pulse, mainly on the site. Uh, but I got to get some heat map stuff. Now, here's my settings that I'll use for the heat map for NQ. Okay. I'm showing the price line, showing the level 2 data because you have to have level 2 to show the heat map. Show volume profile, show delta. I normally don't have that as I have it up on another chart, but I just want to get a recording of this so I can start explaining the heat map and actually have a decent video on the site about the heat map. Session right now, we're at overnight sessions. Okay, this is the overnight session right here. Okay, Delta Surge, don't worry about. The bubble mode, I wouldn't worry about. The tick merge, it's tick merge to 4. So these bids, these resting bids and offers right here is tick merged. Okay, that is tick merged to 4. Minimum volume I have set to 5. To even show these little tiny bubbles right here has to be at least a minimum of 5 for me to even show them. Like I could care less if it's 1, 2 contracts. Resting orders 10. Those are the bars right here. These are the resting orders. And when you start having higher resting orders, then they kind of get shaded in. Okay, kind of like how a heat map works. And then DOM depth, I have it set to 150. I don't care about what's 300 levels up. I could care less because the DOM gets updated. Okay, it gets updated. You see how that shading right there? See that little shading area right there? Because we had like something like 70 orders come in there or something like that. But that is what this is. This is the heat map and these bubbles. This is just aggregated volume within milliseconds. Okay. This right here, the DOM right here, this is the bids and these are the asks right here. And then this right here, this blue is a volume profile, and then we have the delta profile here on the heat map. Okay. If you want to change the colors, just go here to colors. Okay. You go to candle buy sell, that will do the bubbles. Okay. You do the DOM right here, the DOM, the heat map bid, the DOM heat map ask will do this stuff right here. Okay. So just play around with the colors if you want. How much time we got? We got about 5 minutes. I don't know if resting orders are going to be too low. What do I have it set to? 10. We'll keep that. Yeah, we'll just keep these settings. Uh, Now for the settings, let's switch over. Right now we're on live bars, but like on a 1 minute, let's switch over to a 1 minute right here real quick. I usually have Delta Surge set to 75 on the NQ. Okay. Uh, the stack levels of 3 and then price ticks of 2. That's for the persistent buying or selling. The bubble mode aggregated, large volume 75. Tick merge, I tick merge it on a 1 minute to like 4 ticks. Okay, that's 1 point. The imbalance ratio for the NQ is set to 4 times more buyers than sellers, or sellers and buyers, vice versa. Levels is set to 3. Volume profile tick merge I set to 4, and then resting orders here. But yeah, I need to update the settings. So, but I just wanted to get everything working in order. Okay, let me look at the. All right, we're still below the VWAP on Asian sessions. Okay, I'm looking at ES. I got ES on a separate chart. I got ES on a separate chart. Okay, but right now we're looking at the NQ. If you ever want to know what instrument I'm looking at, just look at the top left. And it'll say ticker NQM6 or ESM6 for the June contracts. Uh, like I said, I'm trading the Astro Fund account. Uh, Astro Fund is a pretty decent company. I haven't gotten a payout yet with them. The account's green. I just need to reach $1,000 to get a payout, and then maybe get a free reset. More than likely, I'll just go with the $1,000 and do a free reset and do it over again. But like I said, the levels, NQ, the high, overnight high, 27,317. The NQ overnight low is 27,191. Be careful about buying the lows. If you do, my advice is to scale in, because if we break it and we go back down a little bit more to yesterday's area, like point of control, you want to still have some powder to be able to buy more. Okay, you got to have some cheddar to buy more. Okay, we don't do no full port trading here. We don't just sling on trades just to see if it goes up or down. Uh, I'm not like the rest of these out here, the rest of these YouTubers out here that just trade to trade. Okay. Been trading the futures for 10 years. I am very uh, in my set in my ways. The prop firms have kind of got me into a different mode, because sometimes I get into a mode, I put on the trade, and then it just depends on what kind of mode I'm in. I'm like, I don't give a crap. And that's not the right way to think about it, to be quite honest. Um, Once this Iran stuff is over, that's why I'm trading Astro Fund, because I have to be more disciplined than with like Apex or Bullnox. You can just you know be like, oh, okay, it's just an eval below it. Who cares? All right, funded account. Well, I got like a handful more. Who cares? You know, I mean, that's the way my attitude was yesterday. Yeah, who cares? I got another funded. I got other funded accounts. And that's not the right way to think about it, man. Okay, we got 30 minutes. Okay, let me go ahead and start. go ahead and see if we can't get some good B-roll. Oh, wow, we are really dumping right now. Okay, NQs 27 to 191 is the overnight lows. We have went past that. Be careful, folks, about buying. Okay, on the ES, you got 500 aggregated volume on the ES. It has actually slammed down, so be careful. Don't be buying stuff just to be buying it. Let me switch this over. Overnight sessions overnight. We need RTH. Okay, RTH. Let's go ahead and save and apply. Let's go ahead and clear this crap out. Let's go ahead and do this. All right, let's go ahead and do this, folks. Um, I'm going to set these bubbles to 10. Whoops, not 21, 200. I want it 10. Okay, we're bouncing off the lows. Be careful. If you go in, make sure you go in light. Make sure you got enough cheddar in the account to buy it when the mother lover goes even down even further. Okay. Where we at? Where we at? 71.61 is the overnight lows. Woo, wow. We's down there. My man, we's down there. Um, yeah. As you can see, there ain't much on the book up top. Okay, there ain't much on the book up top. Let the market settle down, folks. Let the market settle down. Sit on your hands first 5 minutes easily. It ain't going nowhere. We just keep selling. We just keep selling. It ain't going nowhere, folks. Holy smokes. The ES is just cranking. ES is just cranking it out. Um, yeah, we're right here. Look at this. We are down here. We're coming down to 71.5 area. Remember when I said about the ES about 71.5? Yeah, just be careful, folks. Be careful. Don't be uh, doing anything crazy right now. Don't be doing anything crazy right now. Gravity account. Okay. About 400 sitting on there. Where is my? I'm busy right now. Sorry, I was talking to the wife. Okay. We're still down here. We're kind of filling out the volume right up in this area. Okay. I did test the waters a little bit on the ES once we came down to them lows. I'm not going in heavy, folks, okay? Because I know that we could actually come back down. We can come down even further, man. We can come down even further. We can easily come down to 71.40, okay? Uh, we got about five. We got about 400 single order contracts on the ES, right in that area, about 7154, about 466 single order contracts, 568 aggregated volume on the ES. Okay. We've got the NQ right here. It's starting to bounce a little bit. Okay. We got that area right there. I could possibly try to go in a little bit more, but I don't know. Uh, Already. Come on, get that out of there, man. Out of my face. Thank you. All right, we testing the waters a little bit more. Um, okay, okay. We got more buying on the ES right there. We got more buying on the ES. The NQM6, NQ ain't doing much. NQM6 ain't doing much. NQM6. I'm gonna peel some off on this ES. Get out of my face there, window. Holy smokes, that thing. All right, this thing is erratic as crap, man. All right, I'm out of the ES. I'm not playing with that. I got that pop. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. I got that pop. That's what I was looking for, folks. If you, all right, this is what I was looking for. Okay. We came down, we opened up, we came down here, we tested the lows right there. All right, we tested the lows right there. So I saw this buy-in right up in here. Okay. So I saw the buy-in was about 500 aggregated volume. We got about 500 buy orders, had a single orders contract. 546 aggregated volume, about 500. It was one single order. We had another large buyer right up in that area. So once I started seeing that, I started buying. Okay, once we get this pop, I sold half, then we smoked it right back down. We bounced off of that. We ran it right back up. So I just flattened the trade. I'm completely out. So I take my money and I go the heck on. Okay, I don't be playing those stupid games. I'm not playing these stupid games with ES. Okay, we are in a erratic market. Okay, I'm not playing any stupid games. I'm taking my money. I'm trading like a monkey. See banana, take banana. Okay. That's what you got to do. Okay. We could easily smoke those 1,000 contracts on the ES. We could easily smoke them and go and come right back down and go test yesterday's lows. We could easily do that. And I ain't playing those stupid games. I'm trading like a monkey. See banana, take banana. Okay. I need to survive. I need to be able to survive to trade another stinking day. That's just the way it is, folks. This channel ain't about no full port and gambling degenerate style. Okay, we're not doing that kind of crap. Okay, we're not doing full port degenerate style gambling. You know, maybe I just need to do. Let's try to minimum volume. Yeah, let's just do 5 again. Okay, let's just do 5. Actually, probably what I need to do is just go ahead and close that out. I'll leave it up there. Yeah. All right. We're not doing full port gambling degenerate trading here, folks. We're actually taking methodical trades. Now, what I should have done is went in because I went in multiple contracts on the ES. Okay. The reason I got completely flat is because uh, the reason I went completely flat on the ES, we came down here. Okay. Uh, So we're still bearish. We're still below the point of control from yesterday. We're below the Asian point. We're below the point of control. Okay, we are still bearish. Okay, but we came down here to the lows, so I tested the waters. I took a little bit of heat. We came down to this uh, area right up in here. Okay, I started getting in. We were down in this area right here. Okay, so I started getting in. Then when I saw those large buyers, I was like, okay, maybe I want to try this. Okay. So then I kind of went in one contract. I saw 466 single order contracts, 568 aggregated orders. The top number is your largest single order contract. The bottom number is the aggregated volume within milliseconds. Okay. We were selling off. We were we broke the actual lows for ES was 71.61. We broke it roughly about 10 points. So I went in on multiple contracts. Okay, then we got a spike up. I sold some. We were holding this area. Then I was getting ready to move to a break even. Then we slammed right back down. I was taking a little bit more heat, and then we ran right back up again. That's when I decided to flatten the trade and not move to a break even. Okay, we're in an erratic market, so that's what I did. Can this thing run up like 20 points on me, and I'm miss out on some money? Yeah. Do I care? No. Why? Because I survived. I made profit. I survived the trade another day. Okay, that is how you need to think about this. You need to survive to trade another day. You have to. You must. There is no full port degenerate gambling around here. Okay, we're not playing that game. Here, let me get more coffee. You see what the ES is doing? Coming right back down. Whoops, wrong way there, my friend. Wrong way there, my friend. You see what the ES is doing? ES is coming right back down. Look at that, right back down. There's a reason why I took half my profits. We ran right back down, ran right back up. I just flattened the trade. Could I have been in on one last trade and actually try to get a runner? Yes, I could. But I just don't want to play. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. I just didn't want to play that game this morning. Okay, I just want to get in and out. I just want to play the lows, the overnight lows. I just wanted to play the bounce of the overnight lows. That's all I wanted to do. Is just play the bounce of the overnight lows. Uh, all right, let's take a look. Yeah. Financial juice. Let's bring up financial juice, folks. White House official Trump and oil companies discuss steps to continue the Iran blockade for months if needed. Man, I cannot handle this for months, Trump. Iran, Israel, you all crazy world leaders. I cannot handle this for months. We need to lock these people up in a room. All three of those world leaders, Israel, Trump, Iran, we need to lock them up in a room. Do not let them out until they get this handled. We can't be doing this crap. We can't be doing this crap. Man, I ain't getting I might have to switch to the ES to be able to get me some good video. Okay. Because the NQ is such a thinly traded market, man. Yeah, look at that ES. Look at the ES. You see, there's a reason why I got the heck out. Well, I took my profits, trade like a stinking monkey, cause look at it, we're getting ready to smoke them mother-loving, uh, buyers. We're gonna smoke their asses. You ain't smoking this, buyer. We getting ready to smoke them mother lovers. Yeah, uh-huh. Why you up in here buying 1,000 contracts on the ES? Of course, I could be wrong. They run the thing right back up. I have no idea. I could be wrong. Do I care? Not really. I just do I care? Not really. All right, let's try to get this stinking thing, man. Uh, this stinking thing. Look at this stinking. Look at this stinker, man. All right, we got. Uh, I gotta get me some good video. I'm flipping to the ES. I gotta get me some video where I can start running ads for the heat map. So I'm sorry if you're going to try and follow my trades. Uh, you shouldn't be following me. You should learn how to trade. Um, it's just the way it is. All right. What's my settings for the ES? That's a little too high for the. Oh yeah, the bubbles look better. Minimum volume 25. Yep, minimum volume 25. Resting orders. Let's bump this up to 50, man. Bomb depth 75. I don't need a whole bunch of crap up there. We'll go to the show volume, show this. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, we can do that. Uh, I don't know. What's that going to look like? Wait a minute. That's overnight, you moron. I call myself a moron. I do it all the time. Do I care? No. Okay. Okay. Look at that. We got some large sellers up in there, man. Do. We got some large sellers up in there. I don't know. People ain't going to understand what that is quite yet. So I'm not going to show that on the video. Large volume profile. We're going to take that one out. Boom. Am I in RTH? RTH, yes. Cancel. Okay, we're in RTH. Cancel. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what we can do, folks. Maybe the settings is a little too much for the resting orders. Let's go to 30. See what that looks like. $30, that might be all right. Maybe not. Let's go to 50 resting orders. 50 seems a little bit better. All right, I got to redo this. No, that's not what I wanted. I'm sorry if you're trying to follow me trading. It's not going to be the stream today for you. I'm trying to get some video so I can put it up on the site because I need more people using this thing. Okay. I've got enough people using it so where it's beneficial to keep the servers up and running at least for a year. Uh, yeah, I got enough people using it so it's beneficial to use at least for another year. Um, all right, we'll just do that. Yeah, so I got enough people using the add-on so I can keep the servers up and running for a year. Okay, I mean that's good. That's good. Okay, I guess we're not smoking them buyers. Look at that. Look at that. We ain't smoking no buyers yet. I was getting all crazy. I was like, we're gonna smoke them buyers. No, I bought down in here. Took a little bit of heat. I saw this large buyer come in, so I added to it. right there on the overnight lows on the ES. The overnight lows on ES was 71.61. So I started buying around up in this area around 50, about 53, 54 area. Then in 71.55, I came up in here. Wait a minute, I was getting ready to show you on Ninja Trader. I'm not trading Ninja Trader. I'm not trading Bullnox. I'm trading, trading Astro Fund, to be quite honest. Okay. Let's stop that recording. Let's do another one because this is the ES. Yeah, so we're looking at the ES right now. We got about 260 sitting on the offer up there around 71.60. You know, we're bouncing off that. Okay, we're still below. Okay, you take a look at that. Look at this. This is a 1 minute. I still got my account up. Okay, this right here, this blue line, this is a custom VWAP of 1 hour. You can switch it over to 30 minutes if you want. This is the 30-minute VWAP. We just kind of going over here for the first 30 minutes. Okay. You can do 15-minute VWAP if you want. See how 15 minutes starting to curl right back up in there. That's fine if you want to do that. We got RTH real time trading hours, the New York session. We're starting to get above that VWAP area right there. That's actually pretty good. We're starting to get above the New York VWAP on the ES. That is good. We're starting to get above the New York VWAP on ES. That is looking good, folks. That's looking good. If I could find me a good setting for the resting orders. Where do I have resting orders at? Resting orders. About 40. Maybe 25. I don't know. I don't know what this is going to look like. Oh, come on, man. That's not any good. I don't even know what the resting orders would be good for the ES. I have no idea. I mean, 50 might be all right. I guess 50. We got some pretty decent buying coming in right here. Um, Here, I'm going to I'm not going to do that quite yet. We're coming up here about 170 on the offer there. About 170 on the offer right here. Let's see if they get filled. We got 170 on the offer. We could break these highs of the 5 minute. They're getting filled up in there. Oh man, I got the overnight on that. I got to switch this over. You know, I always forget to do that crap. I always forget to do that. I don't know why. I don't know why I do that. I always forget that. We're above. What am I? We're above the 1 hour VWAP. We're above the New York VWAP on the ES. We're above the 1 hour VWAP. Okay, we're coming up here into the high value area on the profile. Overnight highs for the ES is 71.88. I have no idea if we're going to get there. This would have been a good trade to hold, man. That would have been a good trade. There's something you need to think about when you're in trades, okay? There's something you really need to think about. This is why I have uh, the 5 minute with the volume. Okay. I have the 5 minute with the volume because you really need to look at this area right here with this volume. You see, you had those large buyers right there. Okay. You had a basically a doji little spinning top candle. Most of the volume was right in this area. Once we start breaking this area right here, you can go ahead and get in. You can go ahead and get in because you're using these large buyers as support. Where's your stop? Probably down in here because once you start losing that volume area, you could go right back down. And once you can, and then you can re-enter once it looks good. Okay, why take that much heat? Okay, why take about 10 points heat when it's not needed? Okay, let's take a small loss. You'll make it up. Okay. Um, Boy, this would have been a good one to hold, but man, the market is erratic as crap. It's really hard to trade. Man, the heat map don't look good on ES, probably because it's a thickly traded market. The heat map don't look all that good on the. Here, let's try to go to resting orders of 75. Let's see what that looks like. All right, that looks a little bit better, I guess. Yeah, so we're looking at the ES right now. We're above the 1 hour VWAP. We're above the New York session VWAP on the ES. I've already taken a trade on the ES. I scaled in down at the Asian lows. Uh, that's usually a good trade to take, folks. That's usually a good trade to take. Here, let me explain why I did this. Okay, let me explain why I went in on the Asian lows. Okay, so we're going to look at the ESM6. We're going to look at session both the Asian and the New York session. We're only going to go about 10 days back. I'm going to look at a 5 minute. We're going to go to Tick Rose 4. Okay. There's a reason why I was scaling in down here. Okay. Because right here, 71.47 was previous lows. Okay. 71.61 was the Asian lows. Let me take over the overnight point of control. Take that out. The lows, it was right here, right where we're at now, basically. 71.61 was the Asian lows for ES. So once we broke that and we came down into this area, that's when I went in, scaled in right here. Once I saw these large buyers come in, this large buyer, once we started trading above it, I went in. Multiple contracts, I went in, peeled some off. I was getting ready to move to a break even, and we ran right back down. And then I was like, wow, this is erratic. And then we ran right back up, and I just flattened the trade and took all my profits. Okay. Just because the market's erratic. Okay. Did I leave money on the table because we're trading above it now? Yes. Do I care? No. Why? Because I made money and I'm moving on. Okay. But that's why I took this trade. You have to look at a profile chart and look where the market has been going. Where is your support? Okay, when we looked at the lows right here, let's look at the RTH. Okay, these are New York session hours. Okay, when you're looking at New York session hours from yesterday, New York session hours yesterday was 71.47. Okay, so we came down to that area. Okay, we saw a lot of positive delta up in this area. Okay, so that's why I scaled in. Okay, if we go back to the lows, the Asian and the New York session, 71.47 was the low, the overnight session low. We came down there. That was yesterday. We broke last night's session lows, okay? 71.61. We broke that. We came down here to 71.47. I'm like, man, I got to get me some of that. And now we kind of ran it up and then I took some off. Why did I take some off? Well, because right here, if you look right here, we have the point of control. Right here, we have yesterday's point of control from the overnight and the New York session. We have that point of control. We were below that and we were running up, so I just flattened. I took some off, and then later on, when it ran up a little bit more, I just flattened it. Okay, so that's what I did. Okay, now I scaled in right up in this area. Okay, went in one contract, saw the large buyers. So I'm like, okay, we got some backing. You had 466 single order contracts. This is a key thing you have to look at. We were selling off. We had 568 aggregated volume within milliseconds. 466 was your largest one single order. That is a market maker, institution, whatever. Then we had another 546 aggregated buy volume. And we had 500 single order. Largest order was 500. Why the heck would you not use that as support and then run right back up? Then once we started breaking this, I'm like, oh, these buyers are going to get smoked. No, they're running it right back up. Okay. So did I leave some money on the table because we're up here? Yes. Did I know that? No. Do I care? No. Because I took profits and I'm moving on. The trade's over. I don't care. Now, if we would have broke this area right here, I would have taken some pretty decent heat, okay? Because I was already in two contracts. I would have taken some pretty decent heat. Where would I've gotten in again? Right down here at about 71.40, 71.35, 71.40. I would have scaled in once I saw we would have buyers step into the market. I would have scaled in again for my last contract. If we started breaking this area right here, I would flatten the trade and take my loss and move on because I know I can make the money up. Okay. You're not going to have profitable days every day. It's just the way it is. Okay. You're not going to have profitable days every day. That is why, I mean, okay, here's the thing. Take a look at this. Take a look at this day. The overnight session lows was 71.47 and we closed above it. This date right here, 27th, overnight, 71.71. Look at it. We closed above it. This day right here, okay, 71.35 on Friday, the 24th. Okay, we closed above it. Overnight lows, 71.35. Closed above it. Overnight lows, 71.05. I remember this day because we really sold off. It was bad news. We really sold off. Then I said, wait for buyers. We waited for buyers. We didn't get the whole move back up, but we got some of it. Okay, because we had the backing of the buyers that was right up in here, and then we came right back up. Okay, you got to play this. You have to play this. Okay, this just gives you good support areas to work off of. 71.21 Asian lows, we closed above. 71.91 on the 21st. We came back down, but look at the previous day was 70.85. Look at all of this. Take a look at this. All that positive delta. We broke the low. All that positive delta. We came into this area and we moved right back up. Okay. This is key, but you can't full port this stuff. Okay. What happens if you take heat? You got to have enough to get in. And where are you going to cut the trade? That's the whole key. Where are you going to cut the trade? You have to know this. That's why I go over it at 9:15. That's why I go. That is why I go over it at 9:15. You can do this and then trade for about an hour and be done for the day. Okay, totally valuable. Totally valuable. Is it sexy and everything and not as volatile as NQ? No, it's not. Is it kind of boring sometimes? Does it make money? Yeah. That's what you're here for. The volume's kind of drying up, folks. Volume's kind of drying up. The ES ain't that sexy for a heat map. The ES ain't that sexy for a heat map. Let me kind of redo this. We're going back to the NQ. I'm trying to get me some good video. NQ M6. I'm trying to get me some good video, man. Trying to get me some good video. Uh, yeah, this will be a little bit better. Let me, I don't know. We'll see what we can get. We'll see what we can get. I mean, you come on the stream trying to follow my trades. Well, you can follow me because I go over it at 9:15 in the mornings. You got to be at your desk. All right, this is looking a little bit better. Maybe I'll be able to get me in here. Let me stop that. Stop that. Record again. All right. Do, do. Here, let me blank this out. I need to know what's going on. Here, let me blank this out real quick. Let me blank that out real quick. Okay, margin. Okay. All right. We're profitable. We're profitable. Okay. So we're good on the ES. We're going to do it again tomorrow. We're going to do it again tomorrow. The account's profitable. It's moving up. That's all I care about. The account's profitable. It's moving up. That is what I care about. Here, I might have to shut down. What is it? Let me wait. Let me wait. I might get some good B-roll for the NQ. We're looking at the NQ now. Here, let me. I need to probably shut this down so I don't make do anything stupid. I'll leave it open for another hour. We'll see what happens. I'd hate to have a trade set up and then I don't have the DOM up and running. I'm having to trade because I'm trading Astro Fund, and I'm having to trade. I'm having to trade Quantower because they connect with DX feed. All right, on the NQ, we got about 30 sitting on the bid right there. You see that heat map right here, how it's kind of lit up a little bit. That's a little bit of support area right there. We're not coming down to it. We're below the point of control. Is that RTH? Yeah. The ES is looking like it could try and pop. It's trying. It's a trying. The ES is going to try and pop. Let's see if the NQ follows it. We got a lot of offers up here on the heat map there. Come on, ES, you gonna pop her? Yeah, you might. You're at delta neutral on a 5 minutes, so you might actually pop. 45 positive delta, about 12,000 contracts traded on ES on the previous 5 minute. We're actually looking pretty good. The NQ, we're just sitting here. This is all we're doing. We're just sitting here. We got all these single order contracts. That's actually pretty good. We got a lot of single order. We got some buying up in here. I'm looking at the ES real quick on the side of my chart. From what I've noticed since the conflict has started, uh, not a lot of people are trading. Not a lot of people are trading, folks. Look at the ES, just a creeping up, just a creeping up. Use a creeping up, man. Use a creeping up. We're up here at the highs, man. We're up here at the highs about 71.65, I think is the high, somewhere around there. We got 71.88 is the Asian highs of the ES on the NQ. 27.317 is the Asian highs. 27.317 is the Asian highs on the NQ. 27.191 is the Asian lows. 27.191. We're below. We're right at it. Let's bring up a profile chart of the NQ, folks. Let's bring up a profile chart of the NQ. Let's take a look at this NQM6. Okay. Let's look at RTH. We're going to look at RTH. We're going to go back about 10 days. We're going to look at 5 minutes. We're going to merge this to 32 probably. We'll kind of come over here. Yeah. 27.191 is the lows. We are right at it. That's actually looking pretty bullish that we could possibly, if we break this 27.232, the Asian point of control, if we break this area right up in here, we break that area right here, we could test the 317s. This could be a thing. If we hold this volume area right here, this could be a thing, folks. This could be a thing. If we hold that volume area, the ES is starting to move up. We might be able to get ourselves a move. Man, I wish I held a runner. Boy, that would have been a smoking day on the ES. I loves me some ES. The NQ is a squirrely little freak. I got to stop trading that thing. I got to keep going with some ES, folks. It might not be as sexy and volatile and adrenaline rush, but at least you're profitable. We're sitting up here on the offer up here. They got to start lifting the offer, kind of like what they're doing now. When I talk about lifting the offer, that's what I'm talking about, eating through all them offers. Oh, then they got kind of drifted right back down. Kind of, you got to build up your steam again. You got to build up your steam if you want to hit 27.317. If you want to hit 27.317, you got to keep going there, NQ. Come on, NQ. We've already traded the Asian lows of the ES and took our profits. Okay. That happened the first 10 minutes. Okay, that happened the first 5 minutes I was actually in the trade. Now, I tell people to wait till the market settles down. Okay, the reason I do that is because people ain't disciplined enough to get out when to admit they're wrong. Plus, the market can smoke you pretty heavily, and people don't understand. You gotta go in light and build up your money. Build it up. The ES is starting to run up. ES is running up. Come on, NQ. What you waiting for? What you waiting for? 27.232 is the Asian point of control. If we break this 240 area, if we break that two half, we're gone, folks. We're gone. We're gone. Well, more than likely. I don't know. What did I say? Two half area? Yeah, if we break two half area, man. That's gonna be a good thing. We could go to 317. We probably test them Asian highs. The ES on the 5 minute is building out some nice strong volume. 10:15, folks. 10:15. 10:15. It's 10:15. What are we doing? We might have to come back down a little bit. I mean, that's just the way it happens. Ah, ah. Right now, we're if you look at the 1 minute on ES, I look at the ES quite a bit. Okay, if you look at the 1 minute on ES, you'll notice that we're above the New York VWAP. This is the 1 hour VWAP. This blue dotted line is a 1 hour VWAP. We're above that and we're sloping upwards, so we could kind of drift right back down in the maybe 7161 area and just kind of move right back up. You might drift down and move back up. The market don't go straight up or straight down. It only does that when Trump farts in the Oval Office or we got news. Okay, that's the only time that really happens. We got some small, dinky bubbles on the NQ. Get them dinky bubbles out of here. Let's start filling them offers and start lifting them, folks. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Just keep it up. Yeah. No, you got to keep it up. Keep it up. Keep going. You got to keep it up. We got 50 single order contract up there at the high on the ES on the 1 minute. They buying, folks. They buying them highs. They buying them highs on the ES. They buying them highs on the ES. They used to buying the highs on the ES. Boy, that would have been a nice 15, 20 point trade for me if I would have held it. But it is what it is for the ES. I'm talking about the ES. It is what it is. Okay. Losing a little bit of steam here, but we got some bids sitting there on the books for the NQ. See, this is how trading is. It'll be real slow, and then all of a sudden, all heck will break loose, and we'll just kind of start running. You got to be prepared. You got to be prepared for that. Let me recenter that. Let me recenter this. Okay. So we're still above. We're looking at the RTH hours. We're right at the point of control. The overnight point of control was 232 for the NQ. We're below that a little bit. We're just building out this area right here. As long as we can as long as we can hold this area right here, we might drift down to 184. You know, that's fine. That's fine. Drift about 20, 30 points. That's fine. As long as we hold this area, we might be able to test the 317s. Who knows? I have no idea. We might be able to test it. Okay. Yesterday we didn't do it. Yesterday we didn't do it, but I'm thinking if we break this high of yesterday's high, which is right there, we could possibly come up here and test the 317s on the NQ. That's what I'm thinking. Okay. That's what I'm thinking. Okay. That's why I look at a profile chart to kind of look what the Asian highs and lows and point of control did, what the previous days did. That's why I look at this. Okay, we had some large buyers come in on the ES this morning about the first 10 minutes, so I got me a nice little trade off on the ES, building up that Astro Fund account. See, funny, I was going to get hold on, hold on. Um, did you do it yet? Send me an email send me an email support at orderflowbars.com and I'll hook you up. Okay. I think it's Amico 29. Just send me an email. Here, let me check. You didn't do it yet, did you? Just send me a support email. Support. Just go log in to your profile. Uh, log into your profile. Yeah, log into your profile, send me an email. I'll hook you up. Support at orderflowbars.com. Yeah, just send me an email. I'll get to it today. I will get to it today. Just send me an email and I'll hook you up. Don't worry about it. Um, uh, I think what I'll have to do is once you send me an email, I think I'll have to send you a link to where the old price was at 95. I'll have to do that. Just send me an email and you'll get an email today, possibly with the, because I use Stripe. Um, you'll get an email from me with a link to that, and you should be able to do that. Okay. Um, Boy, we are boring today. We had a little move up. That was a little bit boring. Yeah, I just logged in the Stripe, and it looks like you haven't done it yet, so that's good. Because if you did, I probably would. I would just refund you a little bit of money, and we'll call it a day. Um, yeah, just send out the email, and I'll get to it. POC rate decision, actual 2.25 forecast, 2.25. We got 8:30 was U.S. durable goods. That was the blah. Hegseth, yeah, whatever Hegseth you used at 10 o'clock. We had 10:22. We got crude oil inventories. Man, you crude oil traders, you got to be careful. 10:30 interest rate decision at 1400 hours. That's 2 o'clock for you civilians out there. I say 1400 hours because I was United States Marine Corps, so they just don't kind of leave you. It doesn't leave you. That Trump greets astronauts. Okay. 14:30 FOMC press conference with Powell. Just remember FOMC rate statement FOMC 1400 hours 2 o'clock. Sit on your stinking hands or you'll get slaughtered like a pig. And here's the thing. Um, we will possibly. Here's the thing. We will possibly. Okay. Actually, anybody listening on the stream right now, if you go to the site, yes, the price increased. Okay, I think it increased like $20 because I was running that thing for like $95 a year. If you're listening, just send me an email support at orderflowbars.com or log into your profile. The email should be there. Just send me an email and I will send you a link and you'll get the discount. Okay. Uh, uh, Also, I got some big news for you MacBook traders like me, you MacBookers. Because right now I'm running this on Windows Parallels. I's got me the Rhythmic account, and I've already got everything up and running. I'm able to log into Rhythmic, start getting, and I got me a WebSocket connection to get the streaming data. I'm working with them. And we're gonna have us. Uh, a desktop trader that's going to be cross platform. And here's the cool thing. Uh, all right, thanks, man. I'll get to it probably during lunch. I need to look at it, but you will get it today. Um, you'll get it today. Um, I have to go Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I have to leave like at around 11:40, and I'll be back within 30 minutes. Uh, I'll probably keep the stream up and running. More than likely, I will. I'll keep the stream up and running, but I need to keep it up and running because at 2 o'clock we got that FOMC rate statement. So yeah. But here's the thing. Here's the thing is gonna happen, okay? The closer we get to it, like 10:30, okay? At 10:30, it's 10:25, like around 11 o'clock, really around 12 o'clock, volume is gonna dry up, folks. Okay, the volume is gonna dry up. All right. It's not gonna be all sexy trading. Okay. The volume's gonna dry up, and then all of a sudden at 2 o'clock when this stuff comes out, all heck could break loose. So just hang on to your booty. Okay. Uh, uh, we kind of slow right now. Yeah, we just kind of slowing down. Do I have my daggone? That was my IDE. Here, let me let's see, open recent order flow trader. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's kind of slow right now. It's kind of slow right now. I can show you this. For you Mac users, because I trade on a Mac, I'm using this on Parallels. I'm using NinjaTrader on Parallels. Okay. Um, what, get that in there. Okay. We're kind of slow. So right here, let me get this. This is .NET Run. I'm on a Mac, okay? And what we have here is we have this right here is a Windows for the Mac. So all you Mac users, uh, if I'm building out a order flow trading desktop trading app, it's going to have the chart, the order flow chart, the heat map, the DOM trader, the profile chart. It's going to have the hotkeys so you can map your hotkeys and connections. This is the big one. This is where a lot of people have problems, and this is why you have these people not doing uh, Mac connections with Rhythmic because it's very difficult and it's a pain in the booty. So let's say we do Chris at uh, techartisanhub.com. That's my personal site that has my resume and everything. And if you really want to know what I do for a living, what I've done, you can go to that site and check out my credentials. System. We're not going to do Rhythmic paper trading because I don't have that set up with them yet. I've already contacted them last night. We're going to do Rhythmic test. And what we're going to do is we're just going to connect. Okay. Right here, connected. Okay. System Rhythmic test. So we're connected to Rhythmic on the back end. And as you can see, the login was okay. And we're getting data. This is fake data, folks. This is just fake data, historical data. Okay. And we're just sending that. Okay. And then when you click new and you go to a chart, this is all dummy data. This is all dummy data that I have for the order flow trader. It's all dummy data right now, but I am building out, this is dummy data. I'm building out a trading platform that's going to be just like this add on. Okay. Let me disconnect. Okay. Let me just disconnect from Rhythmic. But that right there, I kind of got that running. Okay, I kind of got that running. That's that's the Mac version of the order flow bars for a desktop trader. And the cool thing is, here's the good thing: if you already have the add-on for NinjaTrader, then order flow bars trader ain't gonna cost you nothing. Okay, it ain't gonna cost you nothing. Because if you have a license to use the add-on for NinjaTrader, once this and once this gets released, if you already have this and you want to trade on the other platform, on my custom platform, you can do that. Okay. Right now, it'll only be Rhythmic because that's what I have right now. That's the hardest connections to get going. So I decided to go with Rhythmic. Plus, they're pretty uh, popular. That way I can work with, Apex, Bullnox, Lucid, all the, uh, popular platforms I can work with. So that was just the, Mac version that I'm working on. The hardest thing was getting the Rhythmic connection, because Rhythmic, they don't hold your hand. They just gave me an email and said, "Okay, this is Rhythmic test. Here's some here's some, Python code," and they give you no documentation. They give you, uh I basically had to read through the Python code to be able to get the C# version running, and I'm using .NET on Mac, so you'll have to use .NET on Mac, and the good thing is that .NET works cross-platform now, okay? Years ago, they didn't do that, but now it does. So, I'm building out a Mac version and a Windows version of the Desktop Trader. This is basically gonna be this. So, that's gonna be good. And it shouldn't be that difficult because I've already got all the logic right here. All this logic right here, I've got all of it done for NinjaTrader. So the hardest part is getting tick data. Uh, but yeah, we got 63 single order contract that kicked off on the ES. We got some buy-in on the ES. If you look at the ES, we got the 1 hour VWAP that's sloping upwards. We got the New York session VWAP sloping upwards. We're trading above the point of control. As you can see, the VWAP 71.59. We got some buying up in here, 236 single order contracts, 50 contracts, 63. So we're actually kind of moving up. Okay. We are moving up right here. Right here. We opened up. This is where I bought down in this area, and then I sold up in here. Uh, it is what it is. Now we're a little bit higher. Do I care? No. Why? Because I've already took my profits. The trade's over for me. So there's no reason to keep going and saying, "Oh, I missed out on a trade. Who cares?" Okay, tomorrow's another day. NQ has 27,317. 27,317 is the NQ Asian highs right now. Look at this. Look at this. Remember what I said earlier about breaking two half? We're breaking two half. We're at 277. Remember what I said? If you're profitable, lock some in, folks. If you're profitable, lock some in. Remember what I said. Are we going to 317? Well, if we keep this up, we definitely going to 317. If we keep this volume up, if we keep it up, we could be getting there. But here's the thing: we need to get to 317 before 11:30, to be quite honest, because the closer we get to FOMC, the more it's going to dry up. Okay, so if we're going to get there, we need to get there quick. Okay, when you start lifting the offer on the NQ, that's what I'm talking about, boys and girls. Get them buy volume coming in. Get it coming in. Get it coming in. Come on. Nope. Nope. You're going the wrong way, man. Oh, look at that 33 with a very light selling delta. Okay. Oh, look at that big old delta on that 47. Boy, they got filled. Oh, come on. Keep lifting the offer. Lift the offer. When I'm talking about lifting the offer, I'm talking about chewing through that offer and just keep moving up and keep crashing right through the sellers. Those offers right there that asks the sellers, we got we got to crash right through them and start refreshing the books on the bid. When I talk about refreshing the books is if it comes down here and it fills that 20 that goes down to 17, it needs to refresh just like it did on the 24. It needs to refresh like it did on the 26. It needs to refresh like it did on 20 and keep lifting the offer. That is bullish. You got to keep your eye on the bids and the asks, folks. Okay, just don't get all tunnel vision on the sexy bubbles. Okay. Same thing if you're using Bookmap and you ain't using my add-on, you using Bookmap. Don't be tunnel focused on them sexy bubbles. You gotta look at the DOM, my friends. You gotta look at the bid and asks. What the heck is going on? Are they lifting the offer? Are they refreshing the bids? Is it looking strong? You know, that's what you gotta look at. Don't be looking at them sexy bubbles and the heat map thinking, oh, look at all them pretty colors, man. doing that. That tunnel vision gets you slaughtered like a pig. That's why it's pretty easy to trade off a Dom. You don't need all this heat map stuff. You can just trade off a Dom. Pretty easy. Pretty daggone easy, my friends. This is good on a 1 minute right here. This is good on the 1 minute. We had a 50 and then we kind of sold below. They got absorbed a little bit, but we kept on moving up. We got 63 single order contracts and we closed above it. You could buy right there and then put your stop down there at that 63 if you want to keep a tight stop. The 1 hour VWAP is sloping upwards, so we were definitely good to go on that. Okay, you would have gotten yourself about about 3-4 points already on the ES. That right there is already $200. 1 minute. If that's not good enough for you, then go in 2-3 minutes, man. I don't care. You do you, man. You do you. We're up here at the 300. We're up here at the highs. We got some buying up in here. We're up here at the highs. Come on, man. 317. Can I get myself some 317? Can you get yourself a 317? Remember what I said when we break this? Boy, look at all that negative delta we're leaving behind, man. Look at all that negative delta. Look at all that negative delta. All them sellers up. Whoa, 317, folks. We're going to hit 317. Keep going, my friends. Keep going. Keep going. 317. 317. Can we hit 317? Lift them offers and get them mother lovers filled. You're going the wrong way, NQ. Don't me look. Don't. There we go. 28's a little something. Keep on lifting them offers. Don't make me look like an idiot on stream. I want my 317. Ooh, we got a lot up. We got a lot up. We got a lot up here. No, seriously. We got about 100 offers up in here, man. Look at that, about 40, 50. We got about 100 offers. Keep on lifting the offer, man. Lift that offer. Refresh the bids. Lift the offer. Refresh the bids. Refresh the bid. Lift it, boy. Lift it. Can I get myself 317? Can I get the Asian highs? Can I get the Asian highs? Come on in, Cute. We've been friends for 10 years. Don't make me look like an idiot. Oh, you mother lover. What? I think you got it. I think we got it. See this little tick right there? I mean, 316. 1 point. 1 point. 1.1 stinking point. Come on in, Q. Look. Oh. You little turd. You better keep going. Oh, well. We got close enough, didn't we? Like I said, if we break that 2.5, we're gone. Come on, we got 92 buy order on the ES. The ES is still going. ES is still strong a little bit. ES is still strong. We got to close above that. If we close below that 92, we could drift back on down. This is what I'm looking at. If we close below that single order 92 single order contracts on ES, if we close below that, daggone it, we could come back down here and probably try to test the overnight highs. I'm not sure. Boy, that would have been something if I would have held the ES trade. Oh well, I thought we were kind of bearish because yesterday was a B shape, so I thought we were kind of bearish up here. 71.88 is the 71.88. Boy, we didn't hit the Asian highs on the ES yet. NQ's 27.317. 27.317. I think we got 316, folks. I think we got 316. I couldn't get me my 317, but that's good enough. 1 point. Are you gonna fault me for that? Well, like I said, okay, we were holding this point of control. Okay, you got to look at the profile. Okay, you got to look at it, man. You got to look at it. We came down here. You could have bought down here at 27,112 up in. You could have scaled in at the Asian lows, come down to this area right here, scaled in like another one, and now look at you, man. Now look at you. Got yourself a nice big 60, 70 point trade. Come on, can we lift the offer? Lift it to 317. Can I get myself 317? Come on, man. Come on in, Q. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. ES ain't looking good. We might drift down. TS could drift down, which means NQ could drift down. Oh boy, yep, yep. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. If you look at the 1 minute right here on the ES, this ain't looking too good, folks. This ain't looking too good. We got to run up. We have a little pullback up in here to the 71.65 area. We got the 1 hour VWAP just kind of rolling over. When I wouldn't say rolling over. Nope, nope. It's flatlining. We got it flatlining. Let's look at the order flow bar moving average. Oh, we kind of blew that. That ain't good. We can come on back down, but hey, it is what it is, folks. Have a little relief rally a little bit. But the problem is trying to get the highs. So if you're trying to get the highs, I mean, you're pretty daggone close. If you didn't lock in some profits, I don't know what to tell you. If you didn't lock in profits, like when I said, if we break that 27.5 area, 27.2 half area, okay, and we come up here, the 27.5, when we come up here to 317, I mean, I'm sorry. If you can't take profits at 50 points, then you shouldn't be trading. Okay, I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest. I ain't no stinking guru that's going to give you a warm fuzzy feeling, telling you you're going to be driving a Lamborghini in a big fancy house and have all the women and boys and girls or whatever the heck you want. I ain't going to tell you that. I'm going to tell you the daggone truth. If you're at 50 points and you can't take no stinking profits, you should not be trading. I'm not here to be your friend. I'm here to teach you how to trade. So the closer we get to 2 o'clock for the old fart pal to speak, uh, the volume's just going to dry up. That's just my experience. The volume's going to dry up. Look at this. Look at this. Man, if you ain't taking your stinking profits on this, I don't know what you're waiting for. Okay? Because look at the NQ, ES. Look at the ES right now. Look at that. We closed. We ran up here. We got all this volume right here. We closed below that. That is basically a shooting star on a 5 minute on ES. We could come back down to this area to 165 area. Okay. Will we do it? I have no idea. I have no idea. The market is a erratic freak, to be quite honest. Okay. But you need to look at the profile, folks. You need to look at this and you need to understand where all the volume was. Okay. Look at where all that negative volume was. And here is the key thing that you have to look at this. Look at the volume right here. Okay, let me get the little drawing tool. Look at the volume right here. Look at the volume right there. Look at the delta. Look what's missing. No wonder we're drifting back down. Okay, we got stinking no friggin' uh we got no friggin' uh good positive delta coming in, man. I mean, look at this. Here, let me scrunch this thing up. See, look at this. Okay. All that positive delta, that was pretty good, man. Look at all this negative delta right up in here. All this negative delta. Okay. I mean, this is not good, folks. I got this is a little too much for the well, I got that setting too. Ooh, this needs to be like 75. Okay. That needs to be like 75, to be quite honest. Here, let me redo this. Uh, NQM6. Let me redo that. Yeah, if you went up there to 316, you're looking for the Asian highs, and you got yourself 50 points, man. Out of 50, 60 points, man. If you ain't taking profits, you should not be trading. And I'm going to be honest with you. You just thinking should not. Okay? That's just the way it is. Okay? That's just the way it is. I'm sorry. Come on, I got come on, 317. Give me 317. Give me 317. Come on, give me. We got some offers up there about 318, and we got about 64 offers up there. We got about 64 offers up here. We got about 100 offers sitting up in here. Can I get myself 317, man? Come on. Come on. You were drifting back down. I was kind of like in a bummer. Come on, man. You're so daggone close. Give it to me. Come on, man. Just go kiss the Asian highs, man. Go kiss the Asian highs. Come on, can you give me 320? It's because I called it a 250. Can you give me a 320 to be a 70-point winner? We've been friends for 10 years, you mother lover. Man, look at the volume, man. Oh, man, I was all happy. I thought we were going to go there, man. I thought we were going to go there, man. Come on. You. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to run to the kitchen. Yes, a lot better. Oh, hey, I was the man. I can change it if I want to. I was the man. I can change it. Um, all right. We're drifting back down. I had a lot of buying up in here, but we're still above it. We're not really getting very far. Uh Here, let me close out this Dom. I need to close out the trading for Astrofund because I am not going to be trading at FOMC day. Is that Today is not really a good day to be doing stuff, to be quite honest. I'll be real honest with you. I wonder if I can change that real quick. So you know what? I'm going to do that. You know what? I think I'm going to do. Yeah, let me do. Let's see if we can change that. Might have to change the key to it though. Should be here. close that out and we'll just redo that. That's what I'm going to do. Um, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Okay. Um, all right. Okay, folks, this is what I'm going to be doing. Uh, come on, can you? Oh, 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 come on, man. Come on, man. You can do it. Look at that good old Delta right there. Look at that good old Delta right there. Keep lifting it, man. Oh, man, you got 60 on the offer right there at 306. All right, they're coming up to it. They're coming up to it. You got a lot of you got a lot of them sitting up there. Uh, got about 60 on the offer up there at 306. If it gets filled, we could get ourselves a nice little run. It's 11 o'clock, folks. You really got to be careful with the. You really got to be careful with FOMC at 2 o'clock. You really got to be careful, folks. Uh, okay, okay, we're starting to fill. We're starting to fill. We're starting to fill the 306. We're starting to fill the 306. You got to refresh the bids to keep it strong. You got to refresh them bids right there. They're not refreshing it. They got filled at 306, but they're not refreshing the bids. You see them offers, they keep pushing them down. Got about 28 on that bubble. That's pretty good. Um, hopefully we can get to 317. I did call it. If we broke the two half, I'd be looking for 317. I mean, we got to 316, I think. We got up here to 316 right up here, man, just 1 point away. I'm looking at this. Okay, let's try and do. Whoop, no, I don't want that. Okay, that would be amount. No, I want to actually. How did that do? All right. I don't. Let's just do this. All right. Let's just do this. This is okay. This might actually be 11 o'clock. I got about 40 minutes to get this done. Alrighty. Now let me get up my Zed. Zed. Let's see. I'm updating this. What is that going to come out to? I can just update that. Oh wait a minute. I need to go into the server and update that because that's different. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. We'll update that. I'm not talking very much because I'm doing something on Orderflow Trader. Already. We'll go to price pages, profile page. Uh, if you're listening on stream, if you're listening on stream, I'm getting ready to change the pricing for everybody. So if you're going to buy it, hold off. I'm getting ready to change everything for the yearly. Okay. Let me get. Let me. Um. That actually looks better. This is actually not that bad. All right. Let me get out my little calculator. As can't do it in my head. Whoop. 7, 7, 1, 2 a month. Good. That comes out to 7, 1, 1, 2 a month. 7.2. Okay, that's fine. Then I'm coming here every year, about $8 a month. Good. Save that. Go to profile. To upload this. Let's see. Come on, NQ, get there to 317, would you please, before lunchtime? I want that one tick. I'm a stickler for that one tick. I want that one tick. You're going the wrong way. Um, Man, you're going the wrong way, and it is way below this all this positive delta right here, and it is going the wrong way, man. This ain't good. We're losing hourly VWAP on the ES. This ain't good. This ain't good, folks. I don't think we're getting the 317 Asian highs. We got the 316. That was it. hope you took some profits, man. Anybody got that trade? Let me know. Um, Here, let me focus here. What? What do you mean no such file? Oh, that's because you're in the wrong directory. You in the wrong directory. Okay, profile. Boom. Now we got to do a no-no and log into the server and actually edit stuff during the day. That's a no-no. But hey, I was the owner, so I can do it. Back at Boost Allen, you get your little booty in trouble. Actually, we didn't even have access to the live server. Senior developers didn't have it. It all went through the sysadmin. We're selling off on the ES, man. We're kind of drifting back down. Remember what I said about that shooting star that was around there about 10:35 or so? Yeah, that was on the ES, so now we're kind of drifting back down. Oh well. All right. I hope you guys and girls got your profit. Where we at? Where we at? SSH. We'll just SSH right into the server. I need to go. Alrighty. No. Give me my price. Give me my price ID. That's all I want is price ID. Yes. See that ID will come over here. This is very, very much of a no-no. BNG looks good. Let's go ahead. Right, quit. No, because you got to be the super. I got to be the super. All right. We'll just sudo that, my little lover. We use the sudoing. If you understand Linux, you know what I'm talking about. We use the sudoing. Right, BNG. So that's a writer. That's a writer. That's a writer. Okay, folks. Let's see. Let's see what will come on back here. We'll just compile this and we'll be off to the races, my friend. What do we want to do? Oh, you want to compile this right now? Yeah, why not? That's why. Crazy. All right. Cargo build. Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold up. No. Look at the history. Look at the history. Uh, Cargo build dash release. Boom. It's a compile. It's a compile. All right. All right, we're down here at the ES. We're down here at the New York VWAP. We're down here at the New York VWAP on the ES. We got 108 we got 108 single order buy contract. So they buying off the New York VWAP on the ES. They's a buying off the New York VWAP. They's a buying on the ES. It's right here. You see the ES. See all that buying up in there. See all that buying. Ba-bum, ba-bum, bum. We had the 1 hour VWAP just sloping upwards. A little blue dotted line. We got the yellow line. That's the New York session. We came down here. We kissed the New York session VWAP. We got about, it looks like a 50 contract, single order contract. Then we got single order contracts of 108 days of buying off the New York session VWAP, folks. On the ES, days of buying off the New York session VWAP. I don't know what the NQ is doing. NQ kind of dried up on volume. Did the compiling stop? Yes, the compiling stopped. We've got the compiling has stopped. We've got. This is a little dangerous. But I like living on the edge. Okay, what are we doing? Copy, copy, copy. What? Oh, oh, oh. Then oh, oh. Um, if that ain't a leader on my mom, I don't want it. I don't know who it is. If it ain't a leader on my mom, I don't answer the phone. There's only three people I answer the phone for, and that's my wife, Alita, and my mom. All right. What are we doing? 792 a month. Boy, oh my god, I'm out of stinking mind. We what are we doing? Is it test three? Maybe I need to do test four. No, I gotta clean up this stuff on the. I gotta clean up this crap on. Not now, my friends. Not now. Not now, my friends. Uh, you need to get access. What is that? 120. No. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Why does that still say that? Hmm. That's the right one. Uh, we broke the VWAP. They keep buying. Look at the ES. They just keep buying. Look at that. They just keep buying it, man. 500 contracts, single order contracts, man. They just keep buying the ES. Figure out why this still is defaulting to 120. Um, Oh, no, you screwed it. I think that's something. Fix this now. Yep, that's why you. That's why you don't do it live, man. But we like to live on the edge. We like to live on the edge. Yeah, you dummy. Hold on, don't be buying anything. I gotta fix this. This is why you don't do this live. But hey, we like living on the edge, folks. Hey, I like a little adrenaline rush. Some people do it trading. I get it coding. Uh, yeah, 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 yeah. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, 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 yeah. Boy, that would be something. Boy, that'll be a massive refund. All right, all right, all right. Focus, focus. Crazy redneck. All right, where are we? Okay, we'll go here. That's all, folks. Let's go. Let's fix this for one thing. Let's fix it. Let's fix it. 6T. Where's old 6T? 6T's right there. We copy that. What? No, copy, copy, copy ID, copy ID, copy ID. I don't think you guys want to be purchasing this thing for $120 a month. I mean, if you want to, let me know because I'd be happy to do that. I gotta fix come up out of here. We'll come up out here. We'll go back to there. We'll go back to the 95er. Go back to the 95. See the race on the 95. The BMG. Roger that. BMG. Let's come on up in here. Let's get the correct one edited. I don't know if I need to restart the server. I don't think I have to. Okay, I don't think I have to. Okay, but we don't need to start. We'll just stop it. We'll just start it just in case. Okay. Now let's go back here. All right. Now let's go back here and do this. 792. Boom. Okay. Um. Go back to home. Boom. Okay, guys. Okay, this is what we got. This is what we got. Are you still here? I think Mako 29, Mako 29. Are you still here? Because if you're still here, and this is for all of y'all that are listening or going to be listening or looking at it or whatever you're doing, just go ahead and go to orderflowbars.com. I must be crazy to do this, but I'm doing it anyways. The Order Flow Bars add-on is $95 a whole year for everybody now. Just go ahead and go back to the site and go ahead and do it there. Macro 29, just go ahead and do it now. It's just going to be changed for everybody. It just makes it look better. About 792 a month, basically $8 a month for the whole year. So just go ahead and do it for $95 for just pay up front $95 for a whole year. You get all the releases, everything, all the updates. You get everything. You get access to Order Flow Bars Trader, the desktop app. Once that is completed, you're going to be able to use that for everything. Or you can keep using the add-on for Ninja Trader. Uh, we got the ES moving right back up in here. Look at this. Look at this. The ES kind of sold off a little bit. We had 500 single order contract up in here. We got a 98 single order buy contract. Their New York VWAP is kind of flatlining right now. We're at the point of the control, so they're going to probably wait. They're going to keep this pretty steady. From my experience, they're going to probably possibly keep this steady until 2 o'clock. We could get a sell off at 2 o'clock, but if it starts selling off, do not buy it. You got to wait for the old man to speak. Once the old man pal speaks, then let the dust settle and move along. Okay, I mean, to be quite honest, you might not even want to trade today. Okay, or do what I did in the morning. Get your money in the money your first 30 minutes and move along. That's all you can do. Get your money in the first 30 minutes and move along. Okay, so it's $95 for a whole year for everybody. That's $8 a month. I just went on ahead and just flipped it back. Because if you go to orderflowbars.com and you come here to the pricing page, basically what I did was you just come here. If you just want to do 1 month, it's $20. 3 months is $15 a month. Build at 45 every 3 months. 6 months is $12.50 a month. Build at $75, or you can go $95 and get $8 a month. That's less than 50% off monthly. So hey, if you want to do that, go ahead and do that. So it's all set up now. When you click on Get Access, it takes you here to the Get Access. Okay, but if you go here to your profile page, you can do 1 year, $7.92 a month. So when you click Access, it's going to take you directly to Stripe payment stuff. Okay, it's going to take you directly to the Stripe payment stuff at $95 for a whole year. If you have a problem with it, if anything happens, send an email to support@orderflowbars.com, and I'll get everything squared away. Yeah, there's the email. Contact support@orderflowbars.com. If you ever have any issues, just contact me. I'm easy to deal with. I don't like a lot of drama. Very easy to deal with. Uh, boy, so I had it. That was crazy. I had the 1 month set to 120 for the yearly. Oh man, that was crazy. Then I had to flip it. Had to flip the 1 month to the 1 year. So $95 for a whole year, $8 a month, folks. Yeah, we'll just do it that way. Righty. We're we're back down here. We're back down here. Let's take a look at the profile because I did close it out. It's 11:20. Probably won't be doing very much. Okay, I'm probably not going to be doing very much. Okay, let's go to New York RTH. We don't want to do 4. We want to do 32. Yeah, I mean we're right here. Uh, Let me look at the 5. Let's look at 5. Okay, that's kind of like in your face, to be quite honest. Let's look at 10. 10 trading periods. We're right here at 265, roughly 265. So we're right up in this area. I mean, we got a good, see, look at this good positive delta being built out in this whole area right here. Big, good positive delta in this whole area right here. Okay, this is pretty nice. We got good positive delta being built out. We're holding yesterday's highs. We're holding the point of control. We're holding the Asian point of control, which is 232. Let me take that off of there. Just kind of, I don't like watching that. We're kind of holding it, folks. So if you did buy the lows right here and then you scaled back in once you got down into this area, you took some heat. It took about 50 points worth of heat, and then you ran back up about 100 points. So, if you want to trade like that, you can. That's a very valuable way to trade. That's how I trade the ES. I start looking at these areas on the volume profile. I learned this style of trading from John. Uh, so, total valid way to trade, folks. I'm just gonna stop that recording because ain't nothing gonna happen. I don't know if Amico 29 is still here, but I updated the site. You can just go ahead and do it now. Uh, Here, let me actually tell you. Alrighty. Yep. They're trading back up on the New York VWAP on the ES. As you can see right here on the ES, they're trading it back up there. I'm a little excited to see how this Avalonia does for the performance. Okay. I'm doing a lot of stuff. I have tried to get the performance down as good as I possibly can. There's probably a little bit more I can squeak out, but I have tried it. Here, let me. Hopefully, I hear back from Rhythmic today about this historical data stuff. Yeah, they are definitely running this thing right back up, ain't they? I mean, look at this on the 5 minute. Let's just check this out in the 5 minute for the ES. This is important to understand. Okay. So earlier this morning we had some buyers here. Okay, and that's when I started in on the contract, and then once we started trading above, I added to it, and then I got out up in this area right here. Uh, you know, scaled out, then we ran back down, then we ran back up, and I just flattened the trade. Okay, but the key thing you want to look at is take a look at this. You see these buyers right here? They were buying right up in this area. Okay, they were buying right up in this area, about 71.55. Okay, then you have these buyers right here. Okay, you can use them as support when you see these buyers right here, but when you see a red candle on that buyer, you need to wait. Okay, wait to see if it comes down to these buyers right here. Once that happens, then you can use them as support. Okay, you can use them as support. 'Cause look what happened when we went back down. Low volume with low delta. We closed right back up here because you had a nice big distribution of volume. Then you had a nice green candle with all that green volume. Okay, look what happened here. We had big selling volume, but low delta. 751 delta. That's not too low, but hey, okay, that's not too low. Okay, then you got a 1100 delta right here that's starting to come right back up. Okay, you can buy right up in this area because you're using these buyers for support. But if you really start breaking this area, you really got to rethink about where you want to get out. Okay, this is how you can trade now. Can you trade these prop firms full port like this? Sure. Are you going to blow accounts? Yes. Are you going to pass accounts? Yes. Is that a right way to trade? No. No, it's not. That's not a right way to trade, folks. It's not. Okay. When you're in a 5 minute like this, and this is the ES, the heat maps on the NQ, but I trade the ES. You've got these buyers for support, and you saw it run up, okay, and then we started running it back down, and we bounced off of this area right here. This is what you have to look for with stuff like that. That's why when I look at the profile every morning, I look at the profile and see where the Asian highs and lows are, where the previous day highs and lows are, previous day point of control, because that is a major thing I trade off of. Okay, that's why I took this trade this morning off of this. Okay, that's why I did that. And when we sell off and we come back down to here, you have to look to your left and see what happened. We have a lot of buyers, no sellers. Okay. These buyers over here, the first 10 minutes, 466 single order contracts, 500 single order contracts on the ES, 1,000 within the 10 minutes, 1,000 aggregated volume within milliseconds. That is no stinking retail trader. That is a market maker or institution. That ain't no retail trader slinging around 500 contracts in one single order. Okay, that ain't happening. Okay, that's your big boys playing. Okay, that is your big boys playing. 600 aggregated volume right here. 600 single order, largest single order, 19 contracts. Look at this, 988 aggregated volume, single order contract. Highest single order was 543. But that ain't no stinking retail trader. So yes, did this buyer take heat? Yes. Did they care? Probably not, because what were they doing? They were using these buyers as support. So if they're going to do it, why the heck wouldn't you? Okay. But I'd be a little careful because for one thing, it's FOMC meeting today, so you need to sit on your hands, to be quite honest. Trade this morning. I traded this morning. I got me an ES trade. Okay. Trade in the mornings, FOMC meeting. I traded in the morning, then I'm done. And I actually closed out the DOM in the execution window, so I'm not tempted to trade. Okay. Uh, this is why I go over the profile every morning at 9:15. This is why I look at a 5 minute. And as far as the 1 minute, look at the 1 minute too, because you're looking at a 1 minute right here. You're looking at about 11:10. When's 11:10? Right up in here. Okay, you can actually look at the 5 minute and be like, okay, we came down to 7154, 7154, right up in this area. You start looking at the delta, man. Start looking at the delta. Start looking at the delta in this area right here, okay? Start looking at the delta. What do you see? Well, for one, you see this right here, okay? You see negative 300, 100, 200, 300, 300 positive, negative 300, then positive 400. That's not too much of a delta shift, but that 800 is a nice delta shift. Okay, this candle right here with 98 buyers, we start closing above the, I mean, we're right at the VWAP. Okay, so if you're going to get a bounce, just take it off. Okay, just take it off. Um, but that's what I do. We're looking at the NQ. I'm trying to get some video of the heat map for the NQ. I think I might have gotten some good one this morning. I'll have to turn it back on at 2 o'clock when the fireworks go off. But as you saw earlier, I showed you the Mac version, the desktop trader that's going to be on Mac and Windows of order flow bars. There will be a desktop trader, and it will be connected to Rhythmic in the very beginning. And you'll be able to execute orders right off your prop firm. I need to get an application ID from Rhythmic before we take this thing live because it will be not only for prop firms but for live accounts. Okay, so it really has to be tested. Okay, it really has to be tested. But hey, the add-on is all working, man. This all works fine. Does have a little quirks? Yeah, it all gets worked out eventually, man. It all gets worked out eventually. Okay, it all gets worked out. 11:34. I'm gonna have to get going here pretty soon. I'm gonna be getting going here pretty soon. The stream is gonna stay alive, but I'm gonna have to go do something. It'll take me about a half hour, and then I'll be right back. Cause I ain't gonna miss no FOMC meeting. I ain't gonna be missing no FOMC meeting day. Yeah, you just sitting here, ain't you? Not doing very much. You just sitting here. Uh, we ain't got much fireworks, folks. Not much is happening. Here, let me clear this out. I just hit the clear button. I like to clear it out. Right here on ES, we are flatline on the 1 hour VWAP and the New York session VWAP. We had sellers. We got like 100 contracts up in here selling up in this area. Okay, ain't nothing. We got a sell and balance right there. But hey, I'm not too. I mean, we're right here in this area. So 7160 around all this volume area. We're in the value area right here. We're not in the low value area down here. We're not in the high value area. Earlier, we were in the low value area where I took the trade. It was probably up in this area right here. It was up in this area. I took the trade. We took some money. Uh, I should have left a runner on. That would have been nice to get the highs. But hey, I didn't think that they would do that. Plus, I saw there was some wacky spiked up, and as soon as it ran up, it spiked down real quick. That's what kinda like, "Uh-oh, they ain't catching me," so when it ran back up, I just closed it. Didn't leave me a runner. Did not leave a runner. But it is what it is. Who cares? You know, I didn't leave a runner. Who cares? And here's the thing. The environment that we're in, the environment we're in, because how I normally trade, I'll go in multiple contracts. I'll peel me off. So once I get pretty decent profit, I'll peel me off a contract. And if it keeps going, I hold the rest of them. If it stalls out, then I'll just sell a little bit more, and I will leave a runner. And sometimes that runner, uh, I'll just move it to a break even, and just won't and be like, okay, is it going to run? What is it going to do for the rest of the day? You know, because I've already taken profits. Uh, but I'm not doing that because of the political environment we're in right now. I mean, we got this conflict in the Middle East that's not getting resolved. Okay. Uh, I guess Israel and Trump thought it would take like 30 days to get it resolved. I mean, that's what I heard from Trump. This thing will be over. Came right from the horse's mouth. You know, that's not it. Okay, this ain't no Saddam Hussein's military that you're just going to walk over. Okay, I mean, I spent 5 years in the United States Marine Corps. Who do you think when Saddam's military walked off? Who do you think were the insurgents? Then you go kicking the bee's nest over in Iran. This is not what you want to do. And then all of a sudden, the world economy is going to get in a friggin' stinker. Uh, I'm done talking about it. I'm not going to sit here and bitch and moan about it. It is what it is. We just have to trade. But what I'm trying to get across is if you're a new trader and you're finding it hard to trade, well, it is. Okay, it is. It's hard to trade. It's not easy. Not in this environment, quite honest. Not in this environment. We could be holding here. It's 11:40. I gotta get going, folks. We have to do it now. Yeah. Wait a minute. I need here. All right. I gotta get going. Um. Here. Hold on. I'll be right out there. Uh. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna mute myself, but I will be right back. About 30 minutes, maybe 40. I got to run to the grocery store too. Okay. Yeah, the new pricing is updated. Is $95 for a whole year. It's like $8 a month. All right, I'll be back in about 45 minutes. All right, all right. I'm back. I guess we ain't doing very much, are we? All right. Yeah. So we ain't doing very much. Like I said, 2 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 1400 hours. 2 o'clock. We got FOMC. Uh, FOMC rate statement. Trump would consider military action if Iran does not act. Okay, whatever. Just get this crap over with so we can get the market back in order. Okay. So the market can get back in order. I can get back to making consistent profits. So just get the crap handled, man. It's hard to trade. If you're a new trader and you're finding it hard to trade, well, it stinking is hard to trade. What the heck happened when I was gone? Holy smoke, something happened. Take a look at this. Take a look at this. Okay, something happened because we were grinding like FOMC meeting, and then all of a sudden, what news came out? Had to have been news. 1030 crude oil. No, I don't know what the heck it was. We took a dump. All right. I mean that's fine. But look at this. We had big old sellers come selling off, and this is okay. Here, let me take my coat off. Let me take this off, and I'll sit down and explain this to you. Okay. Okay. If anything, really, if anything, all you need to know is where are your Asian highs and Asian lows, your overnight highs, overnight lows. Okay. You need to know where that's at. What's your yesterday's highs and lows in the point of control? If anything, when you want to try and catch a falling knife, if you want to try and catch a falling knife, this is how you do it. If it starts selling off like this, you do not, if it starts selling off, do not buy here, do not buy here. You have to wait. Look at this. You have to wait until you start seeing buyers step in. These are single order contracts, okay? These are not your little measly retail traders with your one or two contracts, okay, or a handful of contracts. This is institutional buying, folks. You had negative 381 right there. Here's the key thing. You had a buyer there at 87, and we closed above it. Okay, look at that wick right there. We had about 10,000 volume in that candle. It looked like, and we had a negative 381 delta. Then you got all this volume right here, and then the delta stabilized. It flipped to about 600, went from negative 300 to positive 300. So you had a nice old delta flip right here. Okay, you're not going to pick the bottom here and get back up to the top. Okay, I mean, we're not as good as these hindsight gurus you're going to see later on this evening selling you a course uh, and a hyped up dream. But what we are good at doing is we're good enough to buy here, take a little bit of profits off here, and let it ride up to about 7, 8 points. Okay, that we're good enough. We're not good enough to be picking the lows and selling the highs. Okay, and also you had a buying bounce right here. So let's say you get in here, you take a little bit off the table right here. You leave some more contracts on, and let's say you get up here. Okay, and you got a buy and balance. Okay, maybe you want to peel off a little bit more or stay there. But when we move back down into this buy and balance area right here, you can add to the position. Take some off up in here. Add to your position right here, knowing where your stop is down here. So your stop is roughly about 4 or 5 points. Okay, about 5 points. Okay, that's fine. That's about $250 for a mini. Okay, that's fine. Go in multiple minis if you want. Okay, but do not be trying to buy a catch a falling knife. Wait, you have to wait. And here's the thing: sometimes you're going to miss these trades, and you will, because there's not going to be any buying, and somehow it'll just run up. Okay, no big deal. Who cares? Move on. Okay, there's always a trade happening. If you miss a trade, who cares? There's always another trade right around the corner. Did I care that I didn't leave a runner on and get a nice big huge run this morning? No. Why? Because I'm like, who cares? I took some profits. Be happy with what the market will give you. Okay, so Trump would consider military action if Iran does not act. Does not act on what? Does not act and capitulate to whatever he wants. I have no idea. You know, all I know is that Trump, Netanyahu, and whoever's running Iran needs to get together and figure this stuff out. Okay, because the world economy is going to be hurting because of this. So they have to get this straightened out. FOMC meeting at 2 o'clock, folks. So sit on your hands and wait. Um, let's take a look at the profile because the profile told us a lot today. Okay, let's look at the profile on the NQ. Okay, I mean, I traded the ES. Okay, because I traded off the profile. That's why I bought when it was selling off. That's why I started buying when it was selling off. Okay, and also I went in because I saw a large. We were selling off in a 5 minute. Boom, first 5 minutes we were selling off. We came down here. Uh, I saw the buyer, so then I went on in knowing that we could sell off more, and then I would have added more to it because I knew that was my plan because I was using yesterday's point of control, things like that. But then we started running up, and I took some off, and then we just ran up, and then I didn't leave a runner. But who cares? But I didn't try to catch a falling knife. I waited for the buyers right here. Okay, then you got to get yourself a little bit. Okay, if the market is selling off and you do not have a big institution willing to step in, then why the heck would you? I don't know, but why would you? I don't know. Let the big boys catch the falling knife. Uh, let's go to 32. Okay, so this right here, we got RTH, real time trading hours right here. Boom, real time trading hours. We're building out a nice big distribution day, which is fine. Okay, we had the NQ overnight lows was 191, so we sold off against that 191, and we kind of ran down about 50 points or so, something like that, 50, 60 points. I don't know, but we ran down here. Where did we run to? Well, yesterday's right up in here, up in this area. We had basically a double distribution day. Wrong keyboard command. Double distribution day. Okay, right here, boom. Right here, boom. Okay, you had a point of control from yesterday. You had your overnight highs. You go ahead and do a starter position there. Look at all of that positive delta right there. And maybe you could have added up in this area right here. And then we ran up here to 2316, 2317. And I said, this is what I said. If we break two half, we could test Asian highs. And sure enough, we broke 250 and got it. Okay. Here, let me go in there. All righty. Yeah, my kid's a little ticked off. The mama told her not to touch the thing cooking the hard boiled eggs because it was hot, and the kid touched it, and now she's crying. Well, mama told you not to touch it, but she did anyways. Okay. Uh, Let me. Okay, so this is what we're doing, man. So we sold off right here. We started selling off. You had large fire right there, and then we still kept breaking on through. I mean that, and I guarantee you that look where we stopped. Oh man, they really sold off, man. Look at that. We really sold off to 71.45. 71.45. Wow, 71.45. We sold off to 71.45. Where was that on the profile? Let's take a look at that. Take a look at that. 71.45 on the ES on the profile. Ain't nothing going to happen until FOMC meeting. Okay, ESM6. Let's look at RTH, real time trading hours. Let's look at the 10. Let's look at the 5 minute. We'll just tick row it to 4. That'll be fine. Did I click apply? Oh, wait a minute. Blah. Year 65. What the heck am I doing? Yeah, look what happened. Came right on down, broke that. Oh man, 45 got down there in the 45 area, which is the low of yesterday's Asian lows right there in yesterday's lows. But where would the support actually be if we kept breaking it? Probably right here at 71.35. Okay. And the reason why it would be is look at all that distribution of volume right there. Okay. The distribution of volume right there. And also look at this right here. Okay. You see the positive delta? So maybe you get yourself a little bit right there, okay, knowing that we could come down here to 71.35. And how you want to play this is how do you read the NQ pulse map? Looks really confusing compared to the profile chart. Yes, it is pretty confusing. That's why I kind of like me DOM charts, but I'll explain that. We got some delta volume right here. Delta, nice delta, positive delta at 71.35. So even once you got in here and we keep trading down, knowing that you'll be taking 10 points of heat. So you have to understand how much contracts are you going to get in. Okay, you just got to understand how many contracts are you going to get in. Okay, the heat map right here. The heat map, um, this area right here, as you can see, this area right here, um, the opacity is kind of dark, so it's not much volume. We have light, the opacity there. You see how it's kind of like a bright green, whatever. That's where there's more bids in that area right here. There's more bids sitting on the books right there. Like right here in this area, we got 25 sitting on the bid, but we don't have very much here. That's why it's not very, the color is different. When you see a bright color, that means more bids are sitting up in that area. Kind of like up here, when you see the blue violet, you'll see right up in here, up in this area right here, around 198 up in this area, there was a lot of offers sitting up there. A lot of offers sitting up here. Let's see at 30. Let's see if I can get, and see right up here, there's nothing up there. Boy, we really selling off. So you got 29.30 sitting there. That's why you got those bars right there. You got a lot more sitting right here at around 160 because you see how that bright yellow green. See that bright yellow, that bright green right there. That just means there's some people sitting on the books right there. That's where the majority of the bids are sitting. As you can see, they kind of filled it and they kind of bounced off of it. Now they got more people sitting there. You can use the area as support, but you have to look up here up top. You see how it's lighting up right there? You have about 40, 30 sitting on the offer right there. There's a lot of offers sitting there. There's a lot of bids sitting here. Okay. And these bubbles are aggregated bubbles within like 100 milliseconds aggregated volume. Now, the size of the bubble depends on how many contracts. As you can see there, the 24 is kind of a small bubble. And as you can see, that 24 right there has a light opacity, which means light delta, not very good positive delta. This 53 right here, big, the bubble's bigger, and it's the opacity of that 53 right here, that right there right there, that means the dark green means there was high positive delta. Okay, 57, opacity's low, low positive delta. You see how bright green that is? That means there was a lot of bids sitting there and they looks like they got filled, okay? And we're kind of bouncing off of it, okay? That 47.27, the bubble, the size of the bubble. All right, you see the 127, 121 sellers, dark dark blue violet bubble, which means heavy negative delta right there, okay, in that aggregated volume. That's how you read this. Oh shoot, I'm not doing. Hey, I am okay. I am recording this. Okay, good. Because I need to record this and be able to explain this. Good, I am recording this. I need to be able to explain this because I'm going to be putting up a I'm going to be putting up a video explaining the heat map. Okay. You see how we came down here? You see that that highlighted green area right here? We came down here and we kind of held it off, and now we're breaking a little bit. Now we're coming down to this area right here. There's a lot of bids. You see them 32 sitting on the bids right there. That's why it's a little highlighted green right there to 28 right up in this area. It's a heat map. It's kind of like Bookmap, but it's like my version of Bookmap. Uh, Bookmap's a great company. Uh, there's no way I can compete with them. It's just on one of me, so I really can't compete with them. But probably help you out and give you something a little bit cheaper. Um, this right here, this is usually a good sign right here. This is the ES we're looking at. So you had 4,000 selling volume in here. You had negative 260 delta right there, but we closed right up here. Plus you had 54 buyer. Okay, it's starting to sell off. You got to wait for the buyers to step in. Okay, before you can start scaling in. You have to wait for the buyers to step in. And sometimes those buyers, even the institutions, will get absorbed and it'll keep selling off. Okay, that's just the way it is. Boy, a kid's really going at it. Um, Alrighty. Alright, so on the heat map, you see how these are really bright? That's 37 sitting on the beds, 41 sitting on the bed, so it's kinda really bright right there. You see that 30 sitting on the bed? That's bright right there. You see that 41? See how bright it is? It's sitting on the bed? That just means it's, how many, it's a heat map to show how many, uh, buyers or sellers are sitting on the level 2 books. That's all that is. That's all that is. Yeah, I do think the profile gives me a good context of where I should be. I don't trade off of a heat map and bubbles like this. I normally trade it off of a DOM. Uh, but this is nothing new. This heat map and these bubbles and stuff, that is nothing new. Okay, if we look at a DOM, let me bring up a DOM. If we look at a DOM, let's look at NQM6. Whoops. NQM6. NQM6, I'm going to look at RTH. Okay. We'll go ahead and tick merge this to 4. So if we look at this, come on. Okay, so if we look at this, it's basically the same thing. Okay, so you're sitting. If you look here at 27 195, you got 25 sitting on the bids right there. You got about 15 26. All of this is color coded too. Then you got 37 sitting on the bid there at 204. So the thing is, this is how I used to read it off of a DOM. Some people like reading it off of a heat map, like book map. Some people like doing that. For years, I read it off. I traded off a DOM for years. You got 43 sitting on the offer up there at 220. You see how I've color coded that? You can use the DOM for that, and you can look at these prints that are coming in. It's basically the same thing as these bubbles. I mean, Bookmap has not done anything revolutionary, people. They haven't really done anything revolutionary. It's been around for years. It's just a different way of presenting the data that's been there for years and years and years. That's all it is. They haven't invented anything new. It's been sitting there for years. Uh, these big bubbles right here, these big these bubbles right here, they've been around for years. They've been around since Jesse Livermore was reading the tape in New York. Okay, it's been around here for years. Nobody invented these little bubbles. There's been platforms that have been doing it for years. There's no platform out there recently that has revolutionized the bubbles. Okay, that information's been there for years. It's just a different way of presenting it. I used to read these off of reading the tape. Okay, so it's been around for years. It's just a different way of looking at it. But remember how I said that this right here, 260 negative delta, we closed a little bit above the 54. That's usually a bullish area. And look what happened. We're running right back up to the 1 hour VWAP. Okay. When you start seeing 30 negative delta closed above it, 225 negative delta, we closed right there. 842 negative delta, but we're not really selling off. That is absorption right there. And look what happened. We moved up. It's just a different way of looking at things. I am a big opponent of Delta. If you don't understand Delta, you really, really need to understand Delta. It's the difference between the buyers and the sellers. Okay, I've got a video out there explaining it. It's called Reading a Footprint Chart. It's like 5 minutes long, very basic. Also, what you'll find out with the ES, let's take a look at this. This happened at 12:30, around 12:30. We were selling off. Okay, This right here is a big area. You've got a red candle, you have a sell imbalance, you have a sell imbalance, okay? When you break that low right there, that's a go sign to get in. Where are you gonna put your stop? Well, if you go above that sell imbalance, more than likely you're gonna keep going. Let's take a look at a volume candle. Okay, let's take a look at the volume candle. Take that drawing out. Let's look at the volume candle, folks. Let's analyze this. Sell imbalance, sell imbalance. We opened up. Okay, you see all that negative selling, and this bar right here. It's the opacity of it is dark, which means big negative selling. So once you close this area right here, once you go below this area right here, that's a go sign to sell off. And then once you start seeing stuff like this, then you can go ahead and start taking some profits. And when you see something like this, you need to lock some in. When you see something like this, you really need to just close it and just cover your short. Okay. Where would you put your stop? Well, if you actually trade above that sell imbalance to start trading above all that negative volume right there, you might want to start getting out about up in this area. Okay. So that was a nice little trade. You would have gotten maybe 2 points on that, maybe $100, maybe come down here, you could sell 4 points, $200, about $300 on like 2 minis. That's a good way to keep building up an account. And then you see something like this. Okay. One single order of 54, it kind of closed right at it. But look at the volume down here. Okay. Once we start breaking that area, you have to look at this candle with the volume. Okay, you can go ahead and get in. I would have been a little leery on this candle. I've been like, I might have went on ahead and take a break even on that. Okay. And then missed out on the run. Who knows? But you really have to look at stuff like this, and you have to look at the delta on this too. Okay, this candle right here, negative 800 delta. This candle right here, negative 260 delta. It was stabilizing. The sellers, the buyers started absorbing the sellers, and it started stabilizing down in this area. That's why we kind of moved up. Uh, It's just little things like that. And if you think it's hard to read right now, that's fine. It is. It's a lot to take in. There's a lot more to take in. Good. Absorption once again. Yeah. Uh, okay. The big thing is we're selling off. Had buyer here with a green candle. Okay. Look at all that negative delta 600, 560, 400. Okay. All, these candles, big negative delta. You had this candle right here where we delta. I call it a delta flip. You had negative 400 delta, then positive 300. So we basically moved 700 delta, which is the difference between the buyers and sellers. That right there showed it. And then this right here, man, that was really bad because that was 800 with 4,000 volume, 795 negative delta, roughly 800. Okay. Then you have a negative 260 delta, which is less than that 800 right there. And we close right at it with a buyer. So you get in on the break of that and put your stop down here. You can also look at it on a volume candle. You see all that negative volume right there? Once we start breaking that negative volume and the delta is picking up, more than likely it's going to keep breaking. But that is absorption right there because this right here, you had negative 260, negative 200, negative 800. This right here, this candle right here, we had a lot of selling, a lot of negative delta, 800, but we really didn't go trade down any further. Okay. 800 negative delta compared to 200. That's a lot of selling, but they weren't able to move down into this area. We basically stayed right here. That is absorption. When you start seeing big delta coming in and it's not moving down and the candle's not able to keep pushing down, that means there's buyers absorbing. You really have to get into reading delta, because so many times you'll look at just a solid candle like this. You don't see who's in control of buyers or sellers. You don't know what the delta is. You just know it's a green candle, red candle with the volume. Okay. Well, you sometimes you have divergence. Okay. Let's see if we can't find a divergence candle. Oh, no. Okay. Here we go. We had negative 128 delta. We opened here and closed here. Okay. Negative 120, negative 128 delta, but we in 2000 volume and we closed above. Okay. That's absorption because the buyers took control and pushed it right back up. Uh, mm, yeah. Yeah. I can do that. Yeah. I can do that. If you have a picture of it, you can take a screenshot and then show me exactly what you're talking about. Oh, yeah. Mm. The bubbles actually show delta. So, like that 37 in the shade of the bubble just means it's higher delta. Mm. Just send it. I'm trying to eat a sandwich. Uh, Send it to the email when you log into your profile and you'll see support at orderflowbars.com. Just send a screenshot and just email it to me and explain, hey, this is what I'm looking at. Um, we got about 70 sitting on the offer up here at 2 1/4. Mm. Hello? Yeah. No, I'm just All right, I had to take that phone call. Um, I've looked at Addis. I don't know if I, yeah, I know, but all right, well, I need to do something with that text. Mm, yeah, I've kind of looked at Addis, but I haven't really downloaded it. I don't know if they have a demo version or not. Um, I kind of downloaded Deep Charts before, and I really haven't. I wasn't able to play around with that because Volumetric is kind of like is the platform, and then Deep Charts. I don't know what they've done, uh, but I just haven't really been able to do anything like that. I kind of played around with like Motive Wave, some stuff like that. Sierra, I just don't get involved in. And I really haven't looked at Addis. Maybe if they have a demo, I can when I have time, I can actually go in and take a look at it and see how other platforms do things. Uh, and it's 1 o'clock. We got 1 hour to FOMC meeting. Okay, just sit on your hands, don't do anything. You see how I said that right here you had a sell imbalance and we sold off. Look at this. We had a sell imbalance. It wasn't like 50% in the candle like I normally like, but we kind of traded it up to it. When we're this far away from it, don't be doing anything. Wait and see if you can get a bounce to get up into this area, maybe up here. And if you close above this area, but then you can get in on the trade. The ES trades footprint. The ES trades order flow and adheres to order flow better than the NQ. And the reason for that is because the ES is a thickly traded market. And what I mean by that is it has more volume on the books and it does more volume. Okay. The NQ is a thinly traded market. So, and plus it is highly, highly manipulated by algos. Okay. As you can see here on the volume bar. We can even look at a delta bar. We can look at a delta bar and you see the delta bar, all that negative selling right there. You see all that negative selling right there. You see all see all that negative selling right there and that sell and balance right here. This sell and balance. When you're down here, see if you can get a push back up into this area, then go short and put your stop up here. And if you would have done that, you would have had a nice little $200 trade. Um, I was on the phone talking, so I couldn't really do anything. And also, here's another thing. Would you really take it now? No. Why? FOMC. That's all. But when you see something like this, like tomorrow, or when there's not news going on, and you want to trade the ES trades and adheres to their stacked and balanced areas better than the NQ because it's a thickly traded market. And also the S&P is not highly manipulated like the NQ with these algorithmic trading. Okay. Uh, yeah. As well as for the 5 minute. Let's look at the 5 minute as well. You see the 5 minute on the ES, you had that sell and bounce area right there, and then we broke that low right there, that 966, and we sold off. It just adheres to their imbalance areas a little bit better. Do we have any more imbalance areas I can take a look at? Look at this. We had a sell imbalance right here at around 8:30 or something. Look what happened. Sell imbalance, sold off. Buy imbalance, we closed way above it. Wait for a pullback. Wait for a pullback. Maybe you get in here. Maybe you can get out here for about 4 points, for about $200. Okay.
when you okay, it's a little hard to take because you're right in between the selling balance and then you got a buying balance. And normally when I see that, I just don't do anything. Okay. Unless I can get a real tight stop and get in here and take my stop and put it below the buying balance and then try to get a trade off of this for about 4 points. Okay. For maybe about $200. Okay. But the ES adheres to imbalance areas. See that buying balance? It adhered to it a little bit, then we kind of broke through it. Okay. But that's like 6:30 in the morning. Okay, you got a buying balance right here. It kind of ran up. You got a selling balance right here. Way below here. Wait for it. Wait till it gets up to the selling balance, and then it kind of sold off. So ES will adhere to buy and selling balances. The imbalance area is better. What are my settings for the ES? The ES for the settings for stacked and balanced areas. ES is set to imbalance percent of four times or 400%, four times more buyers than sellers, sellers than buyers. Levels of three. What I mean by levels, it goes in ticks. It goes quarter, half, three quarters. Okay. So it has to be three levels. Maybe the quarter, half, three quarters, or the whole quarter, half is three levels. Has to be three levels of four times more buyers than sellers. Three levels. The video that I talk about with footprint, how to read a footprint chart, explains all that. Okay, I know so many people and so many streamers do the NQ because it's volatile and sexy. Well, I'm here to tell you, I could care less about about being volatile, sexy, and everybody trades it. Okay, because I could care less. Okay, the the ES is really good for order flow. The NQ is great when we're not in a volatile market. NQ is great when the market is stabilized and we're in kind of like a neutral area. Yeah, I'll go to a 32 tick chart and scalp the crap out of it. Okay, but right now you could get yourself hurt pretty bad. Yeah, okay, I'll take a look at that as well. Also, Micro 29, I think that's it. I updated the updated I updated the price and I updated the profile. So I'll send you an email when I get a chance, but you can just come right in here and just do get access. You click on that and it goes to $95. I'm just going to keep it at 95. I'm not even going to try and do the 120 for a whole year. I'm just going to keep it at 95 and just give people the deal of basically $8 a month. Okay. So, so if anybody wants to do it, just go ahead and do it. Okay. Uh, uh, so, because what I would like to do is try to get enough people using this add-on, and then that will really help out with the uh, desktop trader. Because I eventually want to get that. Let me get some tea going. I'll get some tea going. I'll be right back. Hey, 1 hour till FOMC, actually 50 minutes. Ain't nothing gonna happen, man. We're just gonna sit here probably. It might sell off a little bit right before it. Who knows? shouldn't have closed it out. Ah, okay. All right, here, let's take this back to a solid candle. Yeah, we ain't got much going. Oh, wait a minute, I need to get my. All righty. Making me a little bit of little Twinings breakfast Irish tea. Yeah. All righty. Yeah, so a desktop application is coming. We're going to have the heat map. I'm kind of excited to see how the heat map performance is going to be with that using Avalonia and the .NET framework and C Sharp. Um, C Sharp. NinjaTrader uses C Sharp, the programming language. So that is a lot of the stuff I've already done can be ported over to a desktop trader app. The only hard part is I got to write everything myself, which is fine with the order execution. So right now it's only going to be Rhythmic when the desktop trader is going to be out in beta. And what I'm thinking, it'll probably be out in beta in about a few months. Only people that are using NinjaTrader add-on are going to get the email to be able to be like, hey, if you want to try out the desktop trading platform and test it out for me, you'll be able to do that. I'm going to start a video. I might record a video tonight and just get a video series of the desktop trader so people can see. Uh, Hold on. Okay. Yeah, so it's only going to be for Rhythmic at the very beginning. Because that's really the most popular one. Plus, it's quite difficult to start doing all this with all kinds of brokers. I know so many people, when I get this release, be like, but this is only for Rhythmic. We need Tradeovate. We need DXFeed. We need this and we need that one. Well, each one I have to code and do the order executions and everything. So right now, the desktop trader will be for Rhythmic. Now, for the add-on here, it doesn't really matter which broker you use because NinjaTrader connects to multiple different ones. So whatever NinjaTrader connects to, you should be able to use this add-on. Whatever broker you use for NinjaTrader, you should be able to use this add-on because I'm reading the market data right from the code in NinjaTrader. And if it ever doesn't work for a broker and you can't get it working or something happens and whatever, just send me an email and I'll refund your money. Be like, okay, sorry, apologize, it doesn't work. Maybe I can get some support to get it working. Then I'll get it working and try it again. I'm very flexible to work with, folks. So right here we had 65 buying right here. You see all that, all that sitting on the bid right there. You see all that lit up color right there. That's what that means. All that lit up color. Let me stop this. I'm going to start this right before the FOMC. Hopefully, we got some good B-roll happening. Hopefully, we got some good B-roll. You probably good. Got yourself a quick 10 points right there. I guess. Maybe he's 5, 6 points off the NQ. Uh, yeah. This is what's going to happen on FOMC meeting days. Okay. You see all this color right here? That means all them offers sitting there on the books. They kind of lit up. All right. Oh boy, we got a little spike here. Look at that. I go get my tea and we get a little spike. Okay. Guess that's good enough, man. Oh, the heat map. I'm looking at the heat map because I need to get some recording for the heat map to be able to put it on the channel. So I'm trying to get some recordings for some good video of the heat map and then do a commentary over top of it. And the profile, here's the thing about the profile. All you really need to do, because I got it written down on a piece of paper here, the ES high 7188, ES overnight low 7161. NQ overnight high 317, overnight low 191 on the NQ. And then I mark out the previous day high and low and then the point of control. So you kind of know where the areas are, and they're just an estimated guess of an area. Okay, it doesn't need to be exact. It just needs to be, you need to be aware of this area. That's all that means. So when you look at a chart, and eventually what I'm going to be doing is, you see right here, we had the ES, we had a buy and bounce right up in here, and you see how that little doji candle, it kind of adheres to it. I wouldn't be buying it because there's just some crazy stuff happening right before the FOMC meeting. I mean, it could spike down below that buying balance. So do not be trading around FOMC meeting. Okay. You're just asking for trouble. But yeah, I'm just looking at the heat map to try to get some good video because here's the thing. Book map, everybody loves their little book map. Okay. I don't trade book map. I've downloaded it. I played around with the demo and then I uninstalled it. I'm not interested in book map. I'm not really interested in the heat map, but there are traders that do trade it and use it. Okay. So, and that's why I kind of developed one. I was like, well, let me see if I can't develop something like it. And that's what I'm doing here. So there are some people that really use it. So that's why I did it. Okay. Is it okay? Yeah, yeah. So there's people that use Bookmap. I really don't use it. I look more. I would rather look at the volume and the delta inside a candle and the delta more than anything. And I'm not trading because of FOMC. I'm not trading because of FOMC. I made my money in the ES this morning and then I'm done. Not going to take the chances. Because here's the thing, I'd rather make $200 for a whole week, 5 days, $200, $1,000, and then tried to make $1,000 in one trade. Base hits. That's just all it is. Just base hits. Yeah, we've been sitting here on the ES basically all afternoon, roughly round up in this area. And we could possibly stay there. Okay, that because right here at 9:30 is when I got long, when I saw the buyers step in when we were coming down to the Asian lows and we started stepping in. Yes, we actually broke the Asian lows, but we saw the buyers come stepping in, then I got me off a trade on the ES. So got me one good trade and I'm done. One good trade on multiple contracts and I'm done. Because FOMC days are usually not good days to be trading. FOMC days are usually not good days to be trading. Here, let me put a link website. So if you want to use the add-on, you can use the add-on. As you can see right here, the add-on, if you want to go monthly, it's $19.95, 3 months, $15 a month, 45 for the 3 months. So 3 months, 15, 6 months, $12.50, billed at 6 months. 1 year, $95, basically $8 a month for a whole year. So, uh, and this will give you the order flow pulse, the heat map. They'll give you the profile, the DOM. The profile is still in beta, so is the DOM. I need to keep working on that, but it is useful. I mean, I use it. It has little quirks to it, but I need to get that. But the DOM is actually working. I've actually used the DOM and traded off the DOM a couple of times during the live stream. But also, they'll give you all the future updates as well. Also, it'll give you access to the order flow trader, the desktop app, once I'm done with it. The desktop app is basically going to be in the beginning. It's just going to be the basic what you see here, NinjaTrader. I'm going to port everything over to a cross-platform desktop app, so it runs on Mac, Windows, Linux. Right now, I'm working with Rhythmic because they're the most popular one. And you can use the heat map right here. If you're in a trade and you're profitable and you're running up and you see a bunch of large offers up in here and the heat map is lit up, you can hold on to it. Usually it's a magnet to go up towards it. And once you get up there and you can't not break through, you can start peeling off some contracts and start taking some of your profits. Like right now, I wouldn't be trying to go long because you got all of this resistance right up here and up in here in this area. So I really wouldn't be trying to see how we're kind of drifting off, and then maybe we come back down to this area about 211, 212, because you have a very small support right there, but you got a little bit. And then it picked up a little bit in that area right there. You see how it's picking up, how the bids are being stacked up in here. You see how that is, you know? You can use that kind of stuff. Like right there, that little move right there probably could have netted you about 8, 10 points. There are traders out there that can scalp off the heat map and they're very good at it. But in order to do that, you really need to understand the instrument that you're trading. You really have to like know the instrument. Okay. We have to know how it reacts. Like NQ is going to react different than the ES or different than gold. Yeah, that's why I look at multiple uh, charts. These are the three charts that I have: 5 minute, 1 minute. That's usually all I do have open is 5 minute, 1 minute, and maybe the profile chart, just to get the context. Most of the time on my live streams, I don't have the heat map, and if it is, it's a little window down at the bottom left. We're running up to the New York session VWAP on the ES. And it seems like it's kind of bouncing off, as you can see right here. Hopefully, in about 30 minutes, I'll be able to get me some good video of the NQ. I'll be able to have some video of the NQ. What I need to be doing is I really need to get an ad. I need to get an ad going. I need to get an ad going. I need to get an ad going. Try to get more users using the ad on. Like a YouTube ad. I just need to get a YouTube ad going. But its volume is really drying up. OPEC 1332. OPEC likely to hike quotes by 206,000 minus the UAE share of 18,000
BPD sources. Yeah, because the UAE's leaving OPEC. They're tired of the games. So UAE is just leaving. Another thing that I really, really look at is the 5 minute and the volume areas. Okay. You have big volume right here. You had the volume area right up in here. Okay. We opened up here, we came back down, closed up here, we opened up here. We lost this volume area, but then we came back down and see how we just, this volume area right here on this candle, where it's 1097 positive delta, we're just kind of holding. You really got to look to see where the support and resistance was. Also, what you have to be aware of is thinly traded areas. What I mean by thinly traded areas is areas like this where there's low volume. Okay. Because more than likely, when it's low volume like that, we opened up here, you trade down pretty aggressively. Of course, that was on news. But thinly traded volume areas, okay, like this area right here, this is where we shot up. So thinly traded volume areas. Let's see if I can't find some more up in here. Thinly traded, okay, thinly traded area. We go down past that area. Where did we stop? In a thickly traded area on the 5 minute. Okay. This is the kind of stuff you really have to look at. Is it the Holy Grail? No, it's not. But it gives you a really good idea of what to go off of. Hmm. Didn't mean to do that. Let's see. There we go. Uh, Here, let me clear this out. No, maybe not. Maybe I should not. Okay. Uh, yeah, so you can go ahead and go to the site order flow bars. I updated it 1 year. It was 120. Now I just set it to 95 for everybody. So I'm just going to keep it at that. Anybody that signs up when I'm done with the order flow bar trader, you'll be able to test it. Uh, you'll be able to test it. If you have a license, a Ninja Trader add-on, and you have a license, you'll be able to be part of the group that is able to test the Ninja Trader desktop app. Of course, I'll be the first one to do it live. Uh, and I will possibly be trading it for about a week before I even let it out to be traded with other people. Uh, just because if there's a bug in the code and there's an issue with it, I'd rather have it happen to me than
anybody else. So, but I'm going to do a video series on it. I'm going to do a video series. We got some Zed here. I'll be able to show you the cross-platform desktop app. The hardest thing is Rhythmic. That's the hardest thing is the Rhythmic stuff and how they deal with it because they're not cross-platform friendly. It's very easy to do it in Windows, and that's why, like Deep Charts, they say they're going to do a cross-platform, but who knows? Okay, if they have not already done it, more than likely they might not do it. And here's the reason why. Because if they're going to have to rewrite everything for Macs, they're not going to do it. But if they did it right at the very beginning, like I'm doing, then it's very easy. Okay. Well, I wouldn't say easy, but you get the idea of what I'm talking about. Okay, you get the idea of what I'm talking about. Because right here, if we do like .NET, if we do .NET run, this is the because we're very slow. We ain't going nowhere. We got about 15 minutes. This is the order flow bar trader. This is the main menu for the order flow bars trader. I just started this a few days ago. I've been working on the back end for the connections and stuff. But we're going to have all the charts, the order flow charts, the order flow heat map, the DOM trader, the profile chart, tools, hotkeys, where you'll be able to do your own hotkeys, and then rhythmic right here, rhythmic trading. Okay, right here, the rhythmic trading, Chris at and then you just come in here and you select rhythmic test. Rhythmic paper trading can't do that yet. I've contacted Rhythmic to get me to do the paper trading so I can start doing this for the Bull Knox accounts. Rhythmic test, and when you connect to the system, it connected system, rhythmic test, disconnect, you disconnect from the system. But you got all your information right up here, and it automatically tells you right here, login sent, connected. So all this is working. The rhythmic is working. Let's just disconnect. Just close this out. And then this right here, the chart. The chart, this is just dummy. Uh, this is just dummy data right now. It's not live, but you'll have your accounts right here. You'll be able to go 1 minute, 2 minute, 5, 15, 30, 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours daily, uh, ES. But this is just starting to be built out. I'm using dummy data just to get this going for right now. But that is what I am working on. I am working on a desktop trading app that's cross-platform. Okay, this right here on a 1 minute on a stacked and balanced, I do not like stuff like this. I do not like when we have a when we have a buy right here. For one, look at that wick right there. But we had a buy and balance and we closed below it. We had a buy and balance and we closed below it. I do not like that. I would not trade that. I would not even think about trading that because we had a buy and balance and we closed below it. That's absorption. Okay. Uh, to me, that is. Okay. We had a sell and balance and we closed below it. You wait for a pop to come back up here. If we travel too far, if the sell and balance was right here, then yes, go ahead and get right in. But if it's way up here the way it is, you might want to wait for a pullback and then go ahead and get in. Okay. Did not like this, even though it was a good one. You got this other one, double stacked right there. Okay. One right here, one right there. Okay. I just don't, boy, this is just news stuff. Boy, this is a news driven environment, man. This stuff is crazy. It's just a news driven environment. But that's what I'm working on. Cross platform trading, order flow bar trading app. Because some people don't use NinjaTrader. So that is what I'm working on. Just a little bit of code here and there while I'm actually working on the add-on as well. Um, I got to put out an update on this weekend. I got to do an update for this. So yeah, we could get a little spikes here and there. I wouldn't worry about it. Get a little spikes here and there. But that's what I'm working on. Desktop, multi-platform desktop app. Boy, we got a huge spike. Look at that. Yeah, see, money's being shuffled around, man. Look at that. 71.61. Man, we went right up there. Right up there, man. That was a big spike. Ten minutes. Yeah. All right. Well, I think she already did. That's a pretty big learning experience. Touch the fire. Oh boy. FOMC, boy, they really cranking this bad boy up, ain't they? Oh well, I ain't trading it. I ain't trading this, man. See, I'd rather trade something where I got an edge because you don't know what the heck's going to happen. That's why I'm not trading very heavily. Any other time this morning with the ES, I mean, with this war with this war stuff and an FOMC meeting and the war stuff, man, today's really not a good day to trade. But any other day, like months ago, man, I would have went on 2, 3 minis on that ES. I'm like, let's go. I'd rather look for consistency than a massive one hit wonder massive trade. I mean, I really would. I mean, I don't understand the prop farming. Well, I do understand the prop farming because I do understand some of these streamers will spend $10,000 a month and they'll make like 20,000. They'll walk away with 10,000 for the month. Okay, I understand that. That's a business to them. Okay, totally understand it. Okay, I totally understand the prop firm farming thing.
Uh, but to me, that's not being a trader. That's just gambling. Okay, that's not being a true trader. Uh, because if you put them into a personal account, they ain't gonna be able to trade. And if they do believe in that, then why not take $10,000, put it into a real account, and take $2,000, or take $2,500, put it into 10 accounts, and go do the same thing with real money? I mean, if they really believe that they got an edge, go do it. And some of the YouTubers, they'll like blow up 4 or 5 accounts, and then they got one account that they didn't blow up, and they finally got it right, and then they just show you that one, and then they say, "Oh, look at this! You can get a 3 to 1, 5 to 1 trade if you buy my course. I'll teach you how to do the same thing. I'll just teach you all the regurgitated crap that I learned from another YouTuber." So you see how we're coming down to this area? I mean, it's very low volume. Uh, you see how it lit up? That just means that there were some people sitting on the bids right there. And I've got my settings for the NQ do minimum volume 5 to even show a bubble. It has to be 5 within like milliseconds. Resting orders 8. Resting orders mean how many bids are sitting on the books, how many offers are sitting on the books, in the DOM depth of 75. Okay, the DOM depth is 75. Why do I care what's 500 levels above me? I could care less. Because by the time we get up here to the top, it's going to be refactored and renumbered anyways, man. So why do I care? And it just takes up more resources, to be quite honest. You only have a certain amount of resources. I mean, you can write good, clean code, but it doesn't matter how good the code is. If you slam so much crap on top of it, it's going to choke. Also, another thing on this, how many? We got about 4 minutes. This will be a good explanation for people. Okay, so we had a 5 minute chart. Okay, so we ran up on a 5 minute. We had nice, good volume distribution of volume up here. Okay, the thing is, we didn't keep going. You had big selling volume right here. Now, if you're a little stick person and you're on a ledge, okay, let's say you're on a ledge, okay, and and you start walking off of that ledge right there where that volume was. If you're in this trade and you're looking for a big 50, 100 point winner, okay, and you start trading below here, what happened was you just walked off that ledge and you come back down here where maybe the support is. Okay. That's how you have to look at this. When you're up here and you start losing this area right here where all that majority of the selling volume was, in this 1 point area of 7160, okay, come on. You're going to trade right back down the majority of the time. That's why you really have to look at this. And also, you use that as support and resistance. You use it as support and resistance. Okay, we kind of ran up here. We kind of came down here. It kind of traded below. It closed right there. Okay, that's fine. You see right here,
this candle right here, the big volume area, once you start losing that ledge right there, it comes right back down. That's the way I look at it. You might think I'm right, you might think I'm wrong. That's how I look at it. And I look at it the same way on the daily, on all time frames. I look at it the same way. Got about 2 minutes. We got about 2 minutes. Let's get old financial juice up here. About a minute and 25 seconds. Minute and 20 seconds. 1 minute, 20 seconds, folks. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Where did all the stinking volume go? Now, right before this thing kicks off, you might see nothing on the books. Nothing, just poof, gone. No volume, no nothing. Just poof. Where'd they go? Poof. Reminds me. That reminds me. I gotta start recording. I might get me some good B-roll for my ad. Man, if I don't get it, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I gotta get something. Make sure you like and subscribe so YouTube will push this out to more people. Make sure you like it and subscribe. Boy, you had about 100 on the offer right there, then they just disappeared. I mean, they were right there at one point, then they just disappeared. Okay, we got about 20 seconds. We got about 20 seconds, folks. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Blah, blah, blah. Wonder what's going to happen. What's going to happen? If it spikes up, are you going to sell? If it spikes down, are you going to buy? I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. Nothing. I'm going to sit on my stinking hands. I ain't doing nothing. Of course, they kind of know what's going to happen. I mean, let's be honest. They kind of know what's going to happen. Okay. Up. U.S. interest rate decision. Actual 3.75 forecast was 3.75. Previous was 3.75. Nothing, folks. But look what happened. Okay, look what happened. Look what happened. We got nothing. We got a little thinly BS volume. Look what's happening. Okay, pretty soon everything will be settled down. Ain't nothing to see here. Fed votes 8-4 to hold benchmark rate in 3.5 to 3.75 range. U.S. interest rate decision. Actual, yeah, we already went over that. 8-4, folks. 8-4. Who are them friggin' four, man? Who are them friggin' four? Did they want it up or down? I have no idea. Okay, now also you have to understand that the old man Powell, the old fart's going to be speaking at 2:30. Okay, FOMC press conference. The market can move more when he's talking. Okay, because he'll say something and the market will move. Okay, I'm just warning you. The fireworks ain't over. The fireworks ain't over. Fed Middle East developments aiding high level of uncertainty. The Fed Middle East developments adding high level of uncertainty. And I'm telling you right now, the market does not like uncertainty. You will have an erratic market when there's uncertainty in the political environment and the world environment. It does not like it. Hammock, Koshki, and Logan voted against easing bias back. Ooh, they throwing people underneath the bus on this one. They throwing people underneath the bus. Yeah, this is just the way it is, man. Just sit on your hands and do nothing, okay? I'm being serious about this. Why would you trade today taking a chance of either? I know why people would trade today. They'll be like, oh man, you can make a lot of money. Well, you can also blow an account. Ah, who cares? It's just an eval. Okay, that right there just shows you that you're undisciplined. And if that's you, go at it. I don't care. Boy, we really selling off, ain't we? You gonna get her going again. Uh, oh yeah, that's what she said when she was young. Owie, owie. See, ain't nobody sitting on the books here. Ain't nobody want anything, man. That's why it can go go erratically, man. Ain't nobody wants some of this. They're going volume all dried up, all shriveled and dried up like a raisin. Uh, yeah, we ain't got no. Oh, look at that! You got about 100 seller right there. Look at the ES. Look at the ES. Boy, they're coming down to the lows, ain't they? Boy, look at the ES. Boy, you had a 189 buy, single order buy contract right there. Boy, they got caught a little bit. They got caught a little bit. You could try to short off of that if you want. You could. I mean, the VWAP, you're below the VWAP. You could try to short off of that. Then you got a little spinning top right here. Once you start breaking that, that 189 taking a little bit of heat. You might be able to get some and come down here and get yourself about 4 or 5 points, about $200 trade on the ES. You could do that. You could do that. Plus, you got a little sell and bounce area right there. But as soon as you start seeing that 100 sell and that hammer forming on this 1 minute, we start trading above it, you might want to rethink the situation you got yourself in. Okay. You got to start looking at this delta. Okay. You had negative 100 delta, negative 33 delta, negative 250 delta. If this 1 minute candle starts stabilizing, that delta starts stabilizing the way it is forming right now, that could not be good for you. Okay, you need for that delta to be surging down, kind of like what it's doing now. Okay, you need it to surge down, but you need this to start moving down too. You do not want to see a a high negative delta and a close above this. That is not a good sign if you're going short. Okay, that's not a good sign if you're going short. Good sign if you want to go long. But I got my uh, execution thing shut down. I'm not trading. Okay, we got a little indecision candle right here. Another spinning top, and the delta has flipped from 248 to -7. So it done flipped about 247 delta on you. When I say flipped, I mean it flipped because you got 250 negative delta and your delta neutral right now. It's about 250 positive delta. It had to run back up to get neutral. And when I talk about neutral, I'm just talking about there ain't nothing here. 7 negative delta, that ain't nothing, man. To me, that's neutral. Anything below 10 probably is neutral. I know some traders are going to be like, well, I go right to, I don't care if you go right to the point. I could care less. You do you, man. I'm just trying to tell you. Now, oh, look at that, boy. We had 100 positive delta, and then we just kind of flipped right back down. See, I look at the delta more than I look at look at these friggin' bubbles. Okay, I'm just trying to get me some B-roll, man. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get me some B-roll for an ad. That's what this old boy's trying to do. Ooh, we got negative 500 delta, about negative 490 delta. Come on, negative 500 delta, and we moving down. Ooh, oh, wham! This is why you do not trade. FOMC. You see that? That's why you don't trade it, man. That's why you just don't trade it. You just don't trade it. Look at it. Bam! It's like it's like pew, like a bullet. can't even see it, man. Just pew. How you like that sound effect? Pew, pew. Sound like a bullet. You ever hear a bullet? Well, no. Oh my God. Folks, you gotta understand, I was in the United States Marine Corps, okay? I was getting ready to say, you ever hear a bullet go past you? It goes, pew. Most people ain't never heard that shit. So sorry about that analogy. Uh, yeah. Yeah, see, this is why you don't be trading FOMC, folks. This is why you don't trade FOMC. Look at that. It went pew, right up, and then all of a sudden it goes blah, shits the bed. It shits the bed. Oh my word. I'm just saying this is why you don't trade it. Yes, I'm recording. There we go. I can get me some B-roll. Come on, man. Come on there, mother lovers. Mm-mm-mm. This is why I do not trade FOMC. I just don't trade. There's some news I trade. Now, have I traded FOMC? Yes, I have. I've done it on evals before. I've traded it. It's fun to trade sometimes. I mean, if you got an eval and you ain't got nothing better to do, then yeah, go ahead. If it's a cheap eval, go at it. Who cares? Oh, we just sitting down here. I mean, we got on the books. Boy, we got some one half. 27 one half. You got about 70 sitting on the books right there. About 27 one half. You got them sitting on the books right there. You got them holding them off at 172. You got about 27 on the bids right there to kind of lighten it up on the bids right there. To moving it back up. You got a bunch of offers sitting up here about 27, 28 up in the 30s up in this area. It's starting to light up like a Christmas tree up here on the offers. You got big old resistance up there. Come on, let's get on down to 27 one half, man. Let's get on down to 27 one half. There we go. There we go, folks. Let's get down to 27 one half. Let's get some B roll. Let's get some B roll. What? 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 Where are you bids going? Where are y'all going? You were all nice and green up in here. Now you kind of lighten it up. You better get back on them books. Oh, you kind of lifted it a little bit up there. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Bow. This is why you don't trade FOMC. Pew. Go straight up. Pew. Um, I mean, FOMC can be kind of fun to trade. Maybe I should do an eval someday. Maybe the next FOMC meeting we'll have ourselves a good old cheap eval. We'll be able to trade it. It'll be something good to stream. Just trade it for shits and giggles. All right, we got some sitting on the books over here about 160. You see them up in here. They were kind of nice little green volume up in here. About 167. They're up in there too. You got about 33 up there, about 167. Okay, you got them sitting on the offers at 42, about 186. You're gonna have to start breaking through that. If you want to keep moving, you got to break through that. On the 1 minute on the ES, you got to stack selling balance on the 1 minute and 5 minutes. So you got to be careful about this. You got to be careful about this. Good thing. Look at the 5 minute forming. The 5 minutes forming looking to be a little bit of bullish. You have a sell and bounce right here. You got some nice volume right up in there, about 8,000. You got 600 negative delta, but we're moving up. This is actually a good sign, folks. That means some sellers are getting absorbed. Means some sellers are getting absorbed. We still got that selling balance to go through, but we're kind of filling out on the volume on the 5 minute. That's actually looking quite good, my friends. It's looking quite good. Let's bring this on over here. Let's bring this on over here. Do 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 do. You see that right there? We got that sell and bounce area right there. We need to start, but you see all that volume? We're kind of forming out, filling out on that volume. We're about negative 500 delta, but we're moving up. That is good. That means them sellers are getting absorbed. They ain't selling too daggone much now, are you? They could take back control. That's the whole thing. Could take back control. That is the whole thing. Try and get me some good B-roll. Oh, here we go. Pew. Boy, that was about 10 points in about a split second right there. That was 10 points right there. Chow. Yep, about 10 points. Um, See this right here? We filling out on that volume on that 5 minute. We start breaking that 145, the 144, and 144 half, 140. Once we start breaking that 144 half, oh boy, look at that 144. Once we start breaking that, whoop, they already broke the sell and bounce area. We're forming out on the volume up in here. The thing is, we're forming out on the volume, but we start losing this area right here. We could probably easily kind of come back down here. So you got to be careful about that, folks. Because if you're getting in long, you got some support right there at 140, 142, 143, all that big volume right there. But once we start losing it, you could easily travel right back down, man. You got to think about the situation you got yourself in if you get down past this big volume area right here. You got to rethink your situation. Oh, we got the 1 minute. We got 50 buyers on the 1 minute. We got about 50 buyers on the 1 minute. I'm sorry, 50 sellers on the 1 minute. We got to close above it. Okay, you got to get above that 1 hour VWAP, man. Come on, ES. You want to keep climbing, you got to get above that 1 hour VWAP, the volume weighted average price VWAP. There is one indicator that institutions do use. Institutions don't use all your Fibonacci's, your retracements, whatever who high you want to be trading. They don't use all that stuff, man. They could care less. But what they do look at, and they don't look at it like you and I. Ooh, pshong. They don't look at it like you and I on a chart. They just know the stinking number. Okay, they just know the number. Okay, anything above it, good. Anything below it, bad. They anything around it, it's good value. They use the volume weighted average price. The institutions use VWAP. Okay, they really do. Do all of them? Probably not. Probably not, but the majority of them will use it. Okay, let's take a look at this, man. Look at that. Look at that. See how we kind of sold off a little bit, came down to that volume area right there. You're probably looking at it pretty good. Get in about there, about 40, 43, 3/4. Now you're at 47. You're looking good, my friend. You're looking good. Um, yep. Look at that. 1 hour VWAP. It's right above the 1 hour VWAP. You're looking good now. You're looking good now. Let's take a look at the 1 hour VWAP on here. You see what I'm talking about? 1 hour VWAP. We's looking good, but we're going up on thin volume. We're going up on thin volume, man. We are going up on thin volume. It better start filling out if you want to keep climbing. We need to start filling out, man. We need to start filling out. We could get up resistance about 53 half up in here. It could be a little bit of resistance. The VWAP is at 7157, man. 7157. 7157. Okay, you got to think about what you're doing. 7157 on the B Whopper, the B Big Whopper. Ain't talking about Burger King. I think the Whopper is Burger. Yeah, yeah, I think it is. I don't know. I don't eat junk food. Try not to. Do like me some good bourbon, good whiskey, good bourbon. Do like that. Boy, we filling out on the volume. I likes me some of that. I likes me some of that. That's good. Now, whoa, pew. Look at that. Pshaw. Yeah. Mm. FOMC meeting, man. FOMC meetings. Days can be a little bit of craziness. Wait until the old man really starts running his mouth. Wait until the old man really starts running his mouth. We got about 2:30, old farts talking. Traders now see as much as a 25% chance of a Fed rate hike by April 2027, up from 20% before the Fed decision, aggregated probabilities published on CME FedWatch show. Trump on Putin talks. I think he might announce a ceasefire. Putin might announce little ceasefire. Announce little ceasefire. Little. You know what? Why don't you mother lovers stop all this stinking war shit and just sit down and have a beer together, okay? Gee. Stop the war machines. Stop them churning the war machines and just sit down. Just have yourself a beer or smoke a little bit of cigars. Uh-huh. Um, Actually, if you're gonna be smoking cigars, you ain't drinking no beer, you're drinking a little bit of cognac. At least that's what I did. Like me a good old cigar, little Ashton cigar, or a little Fuente, a cigar from the Fuente family, and a nice glass of cognac and a cigar from the Fuente family. It's really good. Uh, yeah, look at that. Mm-hmm. We start losing that volume up there, and about that 48 volume right there, about point and a half. We start losing it on the ES. It might come down up in this area right here, about 45 half. I don't know. I'm just saying it could happen. You got that big ledge. You lose that ledge. You saw what happened. The little stick man falls. The little stick man falls, takes a splat. Little stick man falls and goes splat. Uh, you at the interest rate decision? Yeah, we already know that there, you little stinker. Ooh, little stick man ain't going splat yet. You little stick man ain't going splat. He's holding it off. He's hanging on through the ledge. You little stick man not going splat yet. You got to think about this, man. You got to think about this. Okay? You got a little stick man. You got a little stick man right up here. Okay? Little stick man, stick woman, stick person, whatever the hell you want to be. I do not care. Uh, the little stick it. The little stick it. The little stick it kind of falls off that ledge, goes whee, splat. But the little stick it, the it is going wee. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I like me some of that. Little 750 aggregated cell volume. And if we close above it up here, good night, my friends. You could have a little short squeeze on them little 750 thirds that decided to short the market. Mm-hmm. Boy, they got a lot of volume up in there too, man. Look at that delta, about 240 negative delta. Woo! Little stick man could be in trouble. And that might offend some people. Saying stick man, stick woman, whatever you want to be, a stick it. I could care less. The only thing I want you to do is leave me the hell alone. Let me live my own life. I leave you alone, you leave me alone. It's a free world, my friend. Well, in some places it is. Uh, okay, we are closing below that 758 in about 3 minutes. We'll be closing below that. That's not good. Them 758. Them little sellers are taking control, man. Them little sellers are taking control. You got a little wick up there, and that's not good. You're below the VWAP of 757, below the VWAP. That not good. That not good. That not good. Little stick man could go splat pretty soon. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, that 1 hour VWAP kind of holding it up, ain't it? The little 1 hour VWAP kind of sloping upwards, kind of holding it up, ain't it? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm. Boy, wouldn't this be something if they just closed, if they just ran it up and closed right above it, right at the 1 minute, about 30-second mark, pow, and they just ran this mother lover up, squeezed the crap out of them 758s. That'd be kind of funny. I ain't seen no big aggregate. Yeah, 500 buy-in, 600 buy-in right up in here. You ain't seen very much. They holding it off, man. They holding it off. 7147, 7147. Got the 1 hour VWAP 7147. What's the old ETH looking like? I don't know. It's way the heck up there or something. I don't know where the heck it's at. Where is it at? It's right up there, 7173. Um, I gotta, you know, I think I gotta work on the algorithmic on that. You see, we're just kind of holding this area right here. We're kind of holding this area right here. If we lose that area, the next support area is right down in here. Okay. Boom. That's where the next area is right down in here. But they're just kind of holding it off. 6 minutes till the old fart starts speaking. Yeah, well, it is what it is. At 27,150. No, they did not break it. No, they did not break it at 27,150. But hey, days like this, you got to understand FOMC. It's crazy in this thing. Ooh, are we going? Oh, little stick man could go splat. Little stick man's in trouble. Little stick man's in trouble. Holy smokes. We're losing that little ledge area. The little stick man could go splat. Oh, oh, oh. The little stick man was right there on that ledge. We go wee. We go splat. Come on. Come on. Push it down there. Push it down there. Come on. Push it. Push it a little bit. Little bit. Come on. Come on, ES. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. You're at 40, about 400, about 500 negative delta to go splatter. About 450, maybe 450 negative delta to go splat. Come on there. Come on. Come on. Come on. Splat. Little stick man went splat. Woo, no more stick man. He out of there. How y'all like the way I teach this stuff? Uh-huh. I know you like it. I know you like my little stick it. The little stick it. We don't know if it's don't be saying that. Don't be saying that. Just move along. Move along, you little dumb redneck. Just keep talking. Uh, see, and this is the way. Now, I did not come up with this analogy. I came up. I got it from who did I get? Jigsaw Trading. I got it from Jigsaw Trading. Jigsaw Trading said when I traded on the Dom, when I traded on the Dom with the profiles, they said, well, you kind of have to look at this area like this is a ledge, like this is a ledge, okay? And if you're walking across the ledge and you fall off, where do you go? You go splat. Where's the floor? Down here. Okay, this is the floor. Where did this candle go? Okay, where did the candle go? Right there. So your little stickman grave is right there. Wow. It's not. I mean, come on, man. I mean, look at this. Remember what I said earlier about thin volume? Look, thin volume. Look, thin volume. Okay, where did we go? We went splat down here. Okay, that's where your stickman body is at, right down there about 145 half. Okay. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. That, I don't know. Maybe you guys are, I don't know. Anybody learning something from this? Who knows? Yeah, so this morning, traded me a little ES on the Astro Fund account. Got it a little bit more greener. I'm only trading the ES on the Astro Fund account. There's just something about the environment we're in that I just suck at trading the NQ. I will go back to trading the NQ when all this war stuff is over and we kind of go into a stabilized market environment. Then I can scalp me some NQ. But right now, that trading plan ain't going to work for me. I need to be in the right mindset. And I've always made more money with the ES, to be quite honest. I mean, yesterday I made more money with the ES and I lost the money on the NQ. But that's just the way it is. I gotta trade me some gold. I gotta trade me some gold. We gotta get some new. You know what would be real fun is trading some daggone crude oil. I ain't gonna do that on the funded account. I'm telling you that right now. I'll do that on an eval. I'll trade me some crude oil and some eval. I ain't doing that stinking stuff on no funded account. And I daggone sure ain't gonna do it on no Astro Fund account. Ooh boy, that crude oil. Oh, yeah. Good. Come on, 2:30. The old fart should be speaking. Come on, you old fart pal. I better stop saying that. My kids could hear me and be calling some people old farts. If she called my dad, my dad will whoop my ass. Uh, Come on, pal. What you doing, my friend? Are you talking yet? Let's go to YouTube. No, I ain't looking to do nothing. Okay. No, old man ain't nothing there yet. Come on, man. Got about 45 sitting on the offer there, about 180, about 40, about 50 sitting on the offer, sitting on the bed, sitting on the bed. Jeez, say 40, 42 sitting on the bed there at 180. Come on, pal. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The U.S. economy has been expanding at a solid pace. While job gains have remained low, the unemployment rate has been little changed in recent months. Inflation has moved up and is elevated, in part reflecting the recent increase in global energy prices. Today, the FOMC decided to leave our policy rate unchanged. We see the current stance of monetary policy as appropriate to promote progress toward our maximum employment and 2% inflation goals. Developments in the Middle East are contributing to a high level of uncertainty about the economic outlook, and we will remain attentive to risks to both sides of our dual mandate. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a solid pace. Consumer spending has been resilient, and business fixed investment has continued to expand at a brisk pace. In contrast, activity in the housing sector has remained weak. In the labor market, the unemployment rate was 4.3% in March and has changed little in recent months. Job gains have remained low. A good part of the slowing in the pace of the job growth over the past year reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Other indicators, including job openings, layoffs, hiring, and nominal wage growth, generally show little change in recent months. Inflation has moved up recently and is elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 3.5% over the 12 months ending in March, boosted by the significant rise in global oil prices that has resulted from the conflict in the Middle East. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 3.2% over the 12 months ending in March. This relatively high rate largely reflects the effects of tariffs on prices in the goods sector. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have risen this year, likely because of the substantial rise in oil prices. Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5 to 3.75%. The economic outlook remains highly uncertain, and the conflict in the Middle East has added to this uncertainty. In the near term, higher energy prices will push up overall inflation. Beyond that, the scope and duration of potential effects on the economy remain unclear, as does the future course of the conflict itself. We will continue to monitor the risks to both sides of our dual mandate. We are well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments to our policy rate based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Monetary policy is not on a preset course, and we will make our decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis. This is my last press conference as chair, and I will close with a few thoughts. First, I want to congratulate Kevin Warsh on his advancement out of the Senate Banking Committee this morning. This is an important step forward, and I wish him well as that process continues. The Federal Reserve exists for one fundamental purpose: to foster the economic conditions in which American families and businesses can thrive. Stable prices, a strong job market, and a financial system they can depend on. Every decision we make, whether about interest rates or regulatory and supervisory matters or other issues, is made in service of that purpose. Our decisions reflect the collective judgment of the Board of Governors and the Federal Open Market Committee, colleagues who demonstrate analytical rigor, principled judgment, and a genuine commitment to the public interest. Our collaborative and deliberative process has long reflected a shared commitment to finding common ground in service to our mission. This institution is resilient, capable, and staffed by professionals of extraordinary talent and exceptional dedication. It has been a privilege to serve alongside so many great public servants at the Board of Governors and around the Federal Reserve System. The Fed's work is only as effective as the public's understanding of it, and you, the press, are essential to keeping the public informed about what we do and why. The people we serve benefit from your careful reporting. I welcomed the announcement last Friday by the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia that she had closed the criminal investigation. She also noted, however, that she would not hesitate to restart the investigation. Over the weekend, the Department of Justice provided assurances that they will not reopen the investigation unless there's a criminal referral from the Fed's Inspector General. And, absent such a referral, if they do appeal the recent court decision, they would not seek, as part of that appeal, to restart the investigation or send new subpoenas. I've said that I will not leave the board until this investigation is well and truly over with transparency and finality, and I stand by that. I'm encouraged by recent developments, and I'm watching the remaining steps in this process carefully. My decisions on these matters will continue to be guided entirely by what I believe is in the best interest of the institution and the people we serve. After my term as chair ends on May 15, I will continue to serve as a governor for a period of time to be determined. I plan to keep a low profile as a governor. There's only ever one chair of the Federal Reserve Board. When Kevin Warsh is confirmed and sworn in, he will be that chair. Once sworn in as board chair, his new colleagues will elect him to chair the FOMC as well. As I regularly point out from this podium, our success in delivering our goals matters for all Americans. I'm confident that the Fed will continue to do its work with objectivity, integrity, and a deep commitment to serve the American people. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the kind words about the press. Often doesn't come from the podium in different places, but appreciate that. Can you talk about what has gone into your decision to remain on the board? What kind of criteria are you weighing, and how long might you stay? Thank you.
Sure. So, you know, my concern is really about the series of legal attacks on the Fed, which threaten our ability to conduct monetary policy without considering political factors. And I want to note here, this has nothing whatever to do with verbal criticism by elected.
Every business is asking the same question. How do we make AI work for us? No more waiting.
Neither has anyone else here. But these legal actions by the administration are unprecedented in our 113-year history, and there are ongoing threats of additional such actions. I worry that these attacks are battering the institution and putting at risk the thing that really matters to the public, which is the ability to conduct monetary policy without taking into consideration political factors. It is so important for our economy, for the people that we serve, that they can depend over time on a central bank that operates that way, free of political influence. It's part of the absolute foundation of this amazing economy that we have. It's just one of the many reasons why the U.S. economy is the envy of the world. That piece of institutional architecture separates successful countries from unsuccessful countries. It is extremely important, not for the people who work at the Fed at any given time, but for the people that we serve, that the Fed remain able to conduct monetary policy in a way that doesn't get pulled into politics, trying to help or hurt any particular politician or political party. It's critical for the people that we serve. In terms of when I would leave, I will leave when I think it's appropriate to do so. Was that all your questions, or was that?
Well, I just have a follow-up, which is, what would you say to the criticism that by remaining on the board, you're actually taking a political act and denying President Trump the majority of the board, which as president he would have if you left?
I don't see that at all. As I mentioned, you know, I'm literally staying because of the actions that have been taken. I had long planned to be retiring, and you know, the things that have happened in the last 3 months have I think left me no choice but to stay until I see them through at least that long. You know, in addition, I don't see how this will interfere. My intention is not to interfere. You know, I was a governor for almost 6 years, and the tradition is at the Fed that governors who understand how difficult the role of chair is, and as a soon-to-be former chair, I do understand how hard it is to get consensus with 19 strong-minded people. You work with the chair. You try to be heard, but also collaborate with the chair and try to support the chair when you can. When you can't, you can't. And I think that's the attitude that people generally take, and that's the attitude that I'll take.
Nick.
Chair Powell, if I could ask about the inflation outlook. In March, you described the standard practice of looking through energy shocks as conditional on inflation expectations staying anchored. Since that meeting, there has been very little progress reopening key energy trade corridors. Can you help us understand how the inflation outlook has changed in the intermeeting period, beginning with the prospects for tariff pass-through resolving on the timeline that you had outlined in March, before getting to the energy shock that is now on top?
So, you know, I would look at it this way. For a long time, we've been working on the hypothesis, really, that tariffs would lead to a one-time price increase and that would go away over time. In other words, that there would be no further change, so measured inflation wouldn't reflect that higher level going up more and more. And it's time for that to happen. We really do expect that to be happening in the next 2 quarters. So we'll be watching very carefully to see that what we've thought all along would happen. That's the kind of critical part of the forecast. We need to really see that. With energy, it's so hard to say. I mentioned, in sort of the textbook, you would look through an oil shock because they tend to be short-lived and they tend to revert. And monetary policy works with long and variable lags, so you wouldn't necessarily react right away. I think that is all the more true given that we're several years above 2% inflation and that we're already looking through the tariff shock. So I think we're going to be very cautious about that. But the question about looking through energy really is not in front of us right now. It hasn't even peaked yet. And I think we'd want to see the backside of that and progress on tariffs before we even thought about reducing rates.
So if I could follow up, the statement today preserves language that has taken on some meaning as it was socialized when the committee was actively lowering rates. Why is that easing bias still ripe, given how different the inflation outlook is now versus a meeting or two ago? And what more would have to happen for it to get evicted?
So that was, as you will recall, we had a discussion about that at the last meeting, and we talked about it in the press conference after the March meeting. We had the same today. We had quite a vigorous discussion about that very issue and the guidance, and is it still appropriate, and that kind of thing. And I would say that the number of people on the committee who either could support that language changing to a more neutral stance so that a hike is as likely as a cut. That number has increased over the intermeeting period, and it's easy to see why. I mean, it's a good question, right? You see, inflation has moved up over the interim a bit. Core inflation's 3.2 now, moving, albeit just a little bit, in the wrong direction. And we know that there will be, that there's headline inflation coming out of the Gulf, and we don't know how much that will be. We're going to need to see. So it makes all the sense in the world that people would look at that and we'd have a vigorous discussion about that. You saw that 3 people dissented over the language. I think all of those people agreed with the rate decision. So the majority of the committee did not want to do that, and I didn't think we needed.
Managing multiple credit cards can feel like you have 50 extra mental tabs open. Switching apps, trying to remember which card earns.
To make that decision now, because what happens in the next 30, 60 days, even by the next meeting, could really change the picture around that language. So, it's a much closer thing on the committee than it was in March, and that makes all the sense in the world, it seems to me.
Claire.
So Claire Jones, Financial Times. Just going back to this issue of the easing bias, we've now got oil approaching $120 a barrel when it comes to the benchmark Brent crude. If it stays around those levels 6 weeks from now, what would be your best guess as to whether the easing bias will still be in the statement? Thank you.
I wouldn't want to guess. Well, first of all, we're going to have new leadership in all likelihood by then, and new leadership's going to have a very important role to play in that. So I won't be standing here at this podium to answer your question. So I don't know. As I mentioned, that's all I can really say is that we had a great discussion about that today. It's gotten to be a better question in the interim period. We had the discussion. A majority are still on the page of not feeling the need to move to that level, and that's where I am. I get it, though. At a certain point, you would move, and that conceivably could come as soon as the next meeting.
Thank you. Just to follow on, the new leadership also seem rather lukewarm on press conferences and on the dot plots. What would your advice to him be on these communication tools? So
I'm not going to give him any advice through you today here, but I think communications generally is. I think every incoming chair takes a look at communications, and it's a very healthy thing. I mean, communications it's very complex, and you can always be looking at new things, and if that happens, it feels like it's going to happen. That's a completely appropriate thing.
Neil.
Hi, Chair. Chair Powell, Neil Owen with Axios. Can you tell us if you've been in touch with incoming Chairman Warsh? To what extent is this a normal transition process versus all the things swirling around, something unusual, and what can we expect when he takes that podium in a few weeks?
I haven't seen him since seeing him at a dinner in January where I congratulated him and had a nice chat with him. Haven't seen him. I don't know what a normal process is. You know, the last process was with Janet Yellen, with whom I had worked for 6 years, and so it was. You know, we were sitting down the hall from each other, so it was a very different thing. I think this is and will be a very normal, standard kind of a transition process. So that's what I expect. I have every reason to think it will be.
Quick follow-up: is the Supreme Court ruling on Governor Cook a factor in when you may leave as a governor?
I wasn't thinking of it as such, but no, not really. I mean, I'm thinking more of the other things I mentioned.
Chris.
Hi, thanks for taking our question. I wanted to ask a question about your tenure, and Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. During your tenure as chair, you often spoke about how disadvantaged Americans benefited from extended periods of low unemployment. In the new framework the Fed adopted in 2020, some economists say elevated the Fed's employment mandate. Are you worried that the pandemic inflation spike that followed will make future Fed chairs more reluctant to pursue a hot jobs market, and should they be?
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, what we experienced in the teens, the mid-teens, was really low levels of unemployment for a long period of time and no reaction from inflation. And we all very much took notice of that. We also noticed that the biggest wage gains were going to people at the bottom end of the income spectrum. And we had many reports of, I mean, it felt like a fairly stable equilibrium, and a lot of benefits were flowing to people at the bottom end of the income spectrum, including companies were, you know, setting up people who were confined and like training them before they got out, and it was a very healthy sort of set of societal dynamics. So of course, I think anybody would love to get back to that. I don't think that anything that happened to create the global pandemic inflation was in any way related to overweighting the employment market. I mean, it was a global shock that happened essentially very similarly all over the world. It had to do with closing, reopening, stimulus, and all that. And I mean, you could look at a graph of 10 big economies on the page and not know which was the U.S. and which was Germany, France, and things like that. So I don't think that insight was in any way responsible for the high inflation that we experienced. So, I mean, I think it's always been a balance. You've got to be strong on both of our dual mandates, and for example, now we don't feel that the labor market is at all a source of inflation, so we don't need to be worrying about that. It's been a long time since we have had to worry about that. Well, actually, during the pandemic.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and cut stream. I'll be back at it at 9:15 tomorrow morning. I got some coding to do. I'll talk to you later.